lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McGinley scores! Cool, cloudy, 50 degrees in Troy, Michigan, as we get set for the best baseball game in the state today and tonight, right here on the Prep. Glad to be with you. My name is Chad Bush alongside Joey Yashinsky, Evan Westfall, your executive producer. This is a big one. It's the top two teams in the Catholic League. It's Brother Rice, number one in Division I this past week, against St. Mary's, number one in Division II this past week. Joey, a blockbuster battle before us today. What should we know about this matchup?
Obviously, they'll have their work cut out for them facing one of the best pitchers in the state.
Yeah, and you look at Cole Duhame going at it in game one for Brother Rice. This is a left-hander committed to Virginia, perhaps the best pitcher in the state of Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, a tremendous arsenal. I mean, really mature beyond his years. We saw him as a sophomore a couple years ago throwing big playoff games for Brother Rice. Has the fastball, has a big curve, an excellent changeup, and a very interesting contrast going against a guy like Anthony Abella, who's been kind of an ace reliever for St. Mary's, now tasked with being the starting pitcher in a huge game. So we'll see how he responds, kind of a compare and contrast with the two approaches today. Yeah,
and Abella, of course, used to coming out of the pen. Today he starts. We'll talk a little deeper to both head coaches as we roll on. Let's take a timeout. We'll have both head coaches in the interviews coming up right after this. You're watching the Preps coverage of Catholic League baseball right here this afternoon in Troy.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
And it's going to be a challenge for us. I mean, they're a really talented football team. I think everybody knows that.
Four wide receivers. Pressure, steps up. Marshall wants to run again. Cuts down the middle of the field. All alone. Touchdown, Warriors! What a cut. Here at the Stevens Family Complex, we've got a big doubleheader on hand. It's a couple of Catholic League rivals going at it. Brother Rice and St. Mary's, the head coach for Brother Rice, Bob Reicher's with us now. What a season for you guys. Just one loss in league play, first place in the Catholic League, 17-5. Is this the kind of start you expected to have for this young team?
Honestly, no. Wouldn't expect to be here right now. We're very young with some key experienced older guys that have done a really good job with the younger guys. And, we played good baseball up to this point. So we're about halfway done. So looking to continue with the progress that we've made thus far.
One of those younger guys or older guys, I should say, is going to help you on the mound today. Cole Duhame gets the nod in game number one. The Virginia commit, tell us about him.
He's real calm, even keel. He's very competitive. He never changes his demeanor. He's been a 4-year starter on the varsity for us. He'll battle and compete, and he's done a really good job getting ahead and making them hit his pitch. So hopefully he'll have some more of that today as well.
Arms are key to win titles and championships in baseball games. So far this year, you've shown some depth there. Talk about the depth and what the excitement level is on the mound.
Yeah, we have, like I said, Cole's a senior. Ethan Reedy's a senior. They've been around for a while, so they're very, very good. We've had some junior guys step up. Grady Preston, Griffin Dolosky have been really, really good. And then we've got a stockpile of younger guys that I've given the opportunity early on, and they show great promise. So we'll continue to throw everybody. We try not to overthrow anybody. There are better baseballs ahead of them, so the last thing I'm going to do is overthrow anybody. So you'll see a lot of different guys throughout the whole rest of the year as well.
You already took on the Eaglets in your opener in a doubleheader sweep against them, a one-run win, and then you got them a little better in game two. Talk about those two matchups and what comes to mind. What do you recall?
Yeah, we were pretty fortunate. Like I said, we started early with our league play in March, and so it was really our first or second game, and as well as for Orchard Lake as well, first or second game. So you're kind of feeling things out. They have a really good, strong senior class that does a great job, and we were pretty fortunate to play good baseball. We played clean baseball. We put the ball in play as much as we could. We made all the routine plays. So it was one of those games that could have gone either way in the first one. The second one, we kind of battled. Again, it's always a battle when you play St. Mary's or Catholic Central or De La Salle or UAD. So it's always fun to play those guys. But, yeah, we were pretty fortunate, and today's a new day, so we'll see what we can do.
You came back to this campus in 1990 as an assistant coach. You've been here 36 years. What makes you stick around?
Yeah, it's my 38th season, so I came back in 1990 to coach with my old coach, Ron Kalzinski, and I was his assistant for 8 years. The kids. I never wanted to teach, never wanted to coach, wasn't even part of my whole thing. So it wasn't the gig that I thought I would be doing, but I wouldn't change a day. So it's the kids keep me coming back, and the program and the guys that I work with and coach with are really special guys. So it's been pretty cool, and I'm very fortunate, for sure.
Thanks for having us back out. Look forward to catching up with you after this ball game.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, there he is, Bob Riker, bench boss for the Brother Rice Warriors. We're back with more right here on the Preps coverage of Brother Rice and St. Mary's after this. Welcome back to the Stevens Family Complex. We're here with head coach for Orchard Lake St. Mary's, Nick DePonio, in his 9th year total and in his 3rd year in his second stint. Tell us about today, why it's important for your team as you go into Warrior territory today against the top team right now in the Catholic League.
Yeah, well, it's a huge rivalry game for us. You know, it's Brother Rice St. Mary's, so not much other than that. These teams know each other very well, so I don't think there's a whole lot of secrets between the clubs. I think it'll come down to execution.
Both teams a little different than when you played in game one for Brother Rice back in cold March. It's still cold, by the way. But the team's hot, and the hitting is hot. How has this team really gone in fuego at the plate?
You know, I think it's just being able to play consistently. You know, we got a good lot of games in here in the last couple of weeks, so gave our guys a chance to get some quality at bats and some consistency, and you know, been able to put together our approaches pretty well, and got to take that mindset into today. Obviously, we're probably going to see Duhame, who we know very well, and he's got tremendous stuff. So we'll have to execute our approach at the plate and try to make some things happen.
Anthony Abella goes on the mound for you in game number 1, a guy that has primarily come out of the pen. Today you diversify him a bit, put him on the bump. How do you feel about him coming in today on the road to get the starting nod?
He's the type of kid that there's no situation that's above him, and he comes into pressure situations. He's coming all year long at that point, and he keeps hitters off balance. He can throw his off speed really in any count, and against a team that can swing it like they do, I think he's the guy to kind of hopefully keep them off balance and give our guys a chance.
All right, all the best. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you down the line.
Thank you.
There he is, Nick DePonio, head coach for Orchard Lake St. Mary's. We'll have the first pitch next from right here in Warrior Park right after this.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McKinley scores! Ready for baseball in Troy at the Stevens Family Complex. Brother Rice has taken the field in the pinstripes and the black and the orange. It's the Eaglets, though, that will start on offense. Let's start with the starting 9 for Nick DePonio in his 3rd season in his 2nd run as the Eaglets bench boss. Hudson Brestevich is the shortstop. He'll lead off for St. Mary's. He leads them in batting average at .462. Luke Crichton, the Indiana commit, is in center field. He'll bat second. Drew Tribal, the hottest hitter maybe in the state of Michigan, 444 average, coming off a really big week we'll get into a little later. Derek Conrad also swinging a hot stick, 429 hitter at first base. Zach Essig, the Central Michigan commit, is the DH, batting fifth. Nate Bauman bats sixth. He's in right field. Braden Dersham, the sophomore catcher, bats seventh. Joe Schilp is at second base, and the 9-hitter is the senior Preston Duff in left field. For Orchard Lake St. Mary's, who comes in 12-5 on the year, 10-4 in Catholic League play. They swept back-to-back series last week against UAD and St. Francis. They're on a 5-game win streak, and they've won 7 of their last 8, Joey. And they're going to take on the best team in the Catholic League, and some think the number 1 team in the state of Michigan, against maybe the number 1 pitcher in Cole Duhame.
Yeah, anytime that you're on a hot streak like St. Mary's is, it's nice to go up against an opponent like this. We're still in the regular season, kind of get a barometer. Where are we? How well are we playing? You know, some of the wins lately against some of the lesser competition around, but this is an amazing chance for them to kind of put this offense up against a guy like Cole Duhame, who we've seen kind of dominate the Catholic League for the better part of 4 years.
St. Mary's and Brother Rice opened the year for Brother Rice. It was a 4-3 Brother Rice win in Game 1. Game 2 also went to the Warriors. They swept the first series against the Eaglets. They won that second game 8-3. Notre Dame commit Hunter Bristevich steps into the box and takes a breaking ball over for a strike, and we're underway in Troy at the home of the Brother Rice Warriors, the Stevens Family Complex.
No, on any day, it's going to be tough to face a guy like Duhame, but especially today, the conditions are not wonderful. It's drizzling, it's cold. Not a great day to go up there and try and swing the bat against a Division I starter.
Duhame committed to Virginia. Bristevich, the batter, committed to Notre Dame. And the two future ACC rivals nearly collide there. Somehow Bristevich got out of the way. 2-1 the count.
Yeah, there's some
Full
days
count.
Some days you might not mind taking that one off the back, but today, 50 degrees against Duhame, I think you're happy to get out of the way and live to see another pitch.
No doubt. Duhame, the lefty, offers that fastball. It'll run into the 90s. It's got some nice run and tail to it. Got a 2-seamer. And that is off the plate. Joe Conway said so. It's a leadoff walk, a rarity for Cole Duhame, and the Eagles have their first hitter up.
Yeah, really disciplined plate appearance there from Bristevich, taking a full count pitch, but he knew it was just off the plate. And that's a guy that's been to the plate this year 70 times, struck out just 7, so he knows what's a strike and what's not.
Luke Crichton, the batter, the Indiana commit, tough to run on Duhame. And Crichton will look at one upstairs. Luke on the year batting .327 and has driven in 12 on the year. He's a guy that the Eaglets have leaned on as their ace on the mound, as their number 1 starter, and there's some scouts out here hoping he pitches today. They want to watch him on the mound. Inside corner, that's the fastball, and that's the 2-seamer, and that's just sick, Joey.
Yeah, a lot of movement, kind of unhittable when you paint the black with that type of velocity. Crichton obviously didn't love the call.
The 2-2. Grounded to short, fielded by Turner, second for 1. They won't get the speedy Crichton at first, but they get the go-ahead runner, Bristevich, at second, and there's 1 out here in the top of the first.
Yeah, nice glove work over there by Tristan Turner, very gifted shortstop. Took his time. You know, you're not getting 2 there against speedy Crichton on a high chopper, but be sure of 1.
Yes, sir. So that'll bring up Drew Tribal. What a week for Drew Tribal. 4 home runs, 10 hits, 15 RBIs, and 11 runs scored. Oh, and he had a cycle last week. This is maybe the hottest hitter in Michigan. And he looks at a Duhame fastball right down the heart of Equity Drive for strike 1.
He packed a season's worth of accomplishments into about 7 days.
He does lead the team in RBIs with 23. He's committed to Michigan State, a place the Eaglets have littered over the years. And Brother Rice has also added a couple as of late. There goes the runner. Ground ball right side. It's a seeing-eye grounder to the second baseman. And well played by Chase, who gobbles it up for out number 1. Out number 2, rather. Pardon me.
Yeah, really nice communication on the part of Brother Rice there, knowing who's covering. There's a left-handed hitter. Second baseman kind of stays home. Shortstop Turner moves over to cover. You know, if the second baseman's moving over when that ball is put in play, that's a hit and run. It's first and third. So nice defensive discipline on the part of the Warriors.
It certainly is. So that'll bring up the 4-hitter, Derek Conrad, who's having a fine season. That's the bender over for a strike, and that's just a unhittable bender for the future Virginia Cavalier. Good speed at second base with Luke Crichton, who runs well. 2 outs, runner in scoring position for Conrad. Inside.
Yeah, you're not going to get a ton of opportunities against DeHame. So here, even with 2 out, man in scoring position, a big opportunity for Conrad to put the Eaglets on top early.
Of course, the high walls here at Warrior Complex, 20 feet tall. And you got to get one up and out of here. We've got a full count, a full count with 2 outs. And a runner at second, Cole Duhame. Guy who has started since the day he walked on campus in Bloomfield Hills. Just underway. Grounded right side, chopped and gobbled up. Again, it's Chase. He'll throw to first, to the side, retired. The Eaglets leave 1. They get a runner via the walk, and that's all. Here come the Warriors in the bottom half.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
And it's going to be a challenge for us. I mean, they're a really talented football team. I think everybody knows that.
4 wide receivers. Pressure. Steps up. Marshall wants to run again. Cuts down the middle of the field. All alone. Touchdown! Warriors! What a cut.
The batting lineup for Bob Riker and the Brother Rice Warriors, it's Nishoff to lead things off, batting .304, the speedy, 22 steals on the year. Broder Katke is the catcher, and Broder is leading this team nearly in every category. .471 for the Vanderbilt commit, and also some pop in that bat, 4 home runs to lead him. Tristan Turner, the Western Michigan commit, is at shortstop, .353 average. Of course, we covered his brother, Owen Turner, who's now at Yale doing great things. Jackson Hafner is the cleanup hitter, batting .406, 21 runs driven in. And Michael Stanton having a breakout year, and he's batting 5th. The first baseman batting .448. Cruz Rodriguez gets the start at the DH spot. Freddie Beyer bats 7th. He's in right field. Anthony Flores is in left, batting 8th. And the second baseman, Trevor Chase, who was busy in the first, batting .300, will bat 9th. Brother Rice trying to get back to the state championship and hoist that trophy for the first time since 2008. And it has been that kind of a year that they've proven they are that team that could get there. And one of the favorites in Division I. This starts with an Anthony Abella breaking ball that hits Nishov in the leg.
I was going to say, as Nishoff stepped into the box, I was going to say, he's all over the dish. I mean, there was almost no room between home plate and where he was standing. So I'm sure that that's something in his mind. He's trying to get on base any way possible. Riker describes him as a grinder and takes one off the shin, upper leg for a free base.
Yeah. So all kinds of speed out there, and that brings up the dangerous Broder Katke, .471 average. Bob Riker says, look, this is one of the best leaders I've ever had and one of the best catchers, and nobody leads like this kid, very talented in that category. Forget the baseball stuff, Joey. this guy has other intangibles that are plus.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the year that Michael Stanton has had at first, and Riker points out a large part of that is due to Katke kind of taking him under his wing off season, getting him into the workouts. And so, like you say, his presence not just felt on the field, but off the field as well.
Yeah, and they're getting a good one. Originally committed in 8th grade to Duke. And the Duke head coach went on to Virginia, opened up his commitment. There goes the runner. It's high for a high strike. Throw to center field. It's a stolen base for Nishoff. That's his 23rd on the year.
Yeah, putting the speed game to work early. We know that's what Nishoff does. He's a switch hitter, a real presence at the top of the lineup. Sometimes you'd think, we have these power guys coming up, Katke and Turner. Do we want to run into an out? But with Nishoff, you're pretty confident he's going to get there.
Braden Dersham is the catcher for St. Mary's, the sophomore. And Tyler Shubnell is out today, a guy that he shares some time with. There's a foul ball drifted towards the right side, and that is caught on the right, right on that fence line by Nick Bauman. So a great job by Bauman to avoid that fence, corral it for out number 1, and a big out in Broder Katke.
Great hustle there by Bauman. Didn't necessarily look like that ball was catchable. Might get out of play. Never gave up on it. I'm sure even Nishoff may be a little surprised. You'd think with that ball in the place that it was, not a bad place to tag, but really nice concentration, not worried about the wall, and a big first out.
Yep. So this is Tristan Turner, the Western Michigan commit, the shortstop. 353 average, 21 runs driven in, 30 runs scored. He's also got some great speed. And he's the brother of Owen Turner, who's playing at Yale and doing some great things, getting consistent minutes, innings this year.
Kind of an embarrassment of riches a couple years ago that they had Katke and Owen Turner as their 2 catchers.
Right? You're not lying. That's a base on balls. Abella walks batter number 3 after he hit batter number 1. And here's a look at that pitch that danced outside the zone. Abella, a guy that is described by Nick DePonio as a gamer, and no moment too big for him. This is a big moment here as he faces the left-handed hitting Jackson Hafner. And he looks at a bender in for a strike from Abella.
Yeah, one thing DePonio did say is that he's willing to throw a breaking ball in any count. We've definitely seen that early, even when he gets behind. Not really just going to give in with that heater over the middle.
2-1 the count. Nishoff at second, big speed. Turner at first, very good speed. Lefty on lefty battle, and it's taken inside. A lefty on lefty battle in this game. Abella, a guy that St. Mary's did use against De La Salle over the weekend. He came in for 2/3 of an inning and struck out both pilots he faced. That's the bender that stays upstairs. Bob Check said so, but it's Bob Check behind home plate. I said Joe Conway behind home plate earlier. I was wrong.
You don't want to lose him here. You get ahead 1-2. Big pitch here for Abella, not to let this inning kind of get out of hand.
That one is flown to left and floats over the head of Tribal. Just got enough of it, and Tribal will chase it down behind the Van E. Conway Fieldhouse.
Yeah, the forecast today, it looked like maybe rain early in the day and dry later, but it seems like that drizzling has kind of persisted throughout. But, they'll play on. It's not too bad out there.
Can we get out of April already?
Yeah.
I mean, this has been the longest month of the year. Swing and a miss at hit check somewhere you don't want to get hit. He's out. The first base was occupied. So that's a big strikeout for Abella. Hafner is out on strikes, and that'll bring up Michael Stanton.
Big strikeout there for Anthony Abella, getting the 4-hitter. Hafner with 2 on. Obviously don't want to load the bases. Maybe a little surprised that he came with the high heat. Up to this point, kind of been relying on the breaking ball, but when you do that, you can kind of sneak the fastball by, and that's what he did to Hafner.
It surprised everybody.
including Dersham.
Exactly.
And Bob Check. So with 2 outs and runners at the corners in a scoreless bottom of the first game, Michael Stanton is up. And Stanton licking his chops. He's batting .450 on the year. That one just misses outside.
We'll see if they do want to kind of send Turner here first and third. Maybe they don't throw down, but Isabella really just want to concentrate on the hitter and know that if you retire him, you're getting out of here scoreless.
Grounds to short. Bristevich up with it, throws to second for the force, and the side retired. So, Brother Rice strands a pair at the corners, and nothing to cross. Let's go to the second inning here in Troy. Thanks for watching the game of the week right here on the Prep.
If you are looking for a life-changing workout experience, look no further than Pure Barre Novi. We are proud to help you achieve your fitness goals while joining a vibrant, supportive community that is over 300 women strong. Our classes are designed to strengthen and tone your entire body, and our teachers can help provide modifications for any fitness level. Find out more right now by calling 248-596-0002, visiting our website, following us on social media, or by coming to our studio right on Grand River Avenue in Novi. We can't wait to see you and help you achieve your fitness goals.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
Well, the defense for the Warriors will look like this. Stanton at first, Chase at second, Turner at short, Hafner at third, Katke behind home plate, Flores in left, Nishov in center, and the senior Freddie Beyer in right field for Brother Rice. And look, 2 ties in the last several games, but they've been unbeaten for 8 straight. They tied their last game against De La Salle, but they beat them in the opener on Monday. And they swept De La Salle on Saturday as well, 14-1 and 5-3. I mean, Brother Rice might be playing the best baseball in the state of Michigan right now with the way they've been playing, and their bats heating up to equal the potency of the pitching.
Yeah, and I mean, they're not just winning, they're really mashing teams.
That one is fisted by Essig. Throw to first, not in time. And a tough play and unable to come up with it was Chase, who's been a busy, busy boy. This one looked like it sawed a bat off, Joey.
Yeah, I mean, a very tough play and obviously great hustle by Essig right out of the box. Kind of smelled a hit. Even with a good throw, that was going to be an extremely close play at first. Nice start to the inning for St. Mary's.
So it's the first hit of the game. And Essig, the Central Michigan commit, is on board. Here's Nate Bauman, who squares the bunt, pulls it back, and Essig is picked off. In trouble. In a pickle. And Stanton will run it back, and the ball is loose, and he is safe after it all. So Essig gets an unorthodox pickle and comes away clean on the carpet.
Yeah, it actually, it seemed like Brother Rice was running a fairly traditional rundown situation there, and somehow a little bit of a miscommunication on the throw and catch. They would have had Essig at plenty of time. But nice persistence there from Essig. Sometimes you get caught, you got to try and make something out of it. What do you know? They have a man in scoring position with nobody out.
It was Trevor Chase who has been locked down at second, just a freshman. And that one a boo-boo. They're looking for the bunt here from Nate Bauman. In at first is Stanton, sniffing him. And that bunt is foul. Broder Katke handles it.
Yeah, those missed bunts with the 1-1 count are really they can be costly. You don't have 2 chances to get it done. You kind of just have one, unless DePonio wants to potentially try one more time at the risk of a potential strikeout.
Bauman trying to get it going at the plate. He hit .350 last year. He was 2 for 3 with a double against Cole Duhame in the first week of the season. Not here, not now. Strikeout, throw him out at first. They'll complete the strikeout. And so there's one out for the Eaglets with the runner at second. Unable to move the runner along was Bauman.
Yeah, and those are little things when you're trying to defeat a team like Brother Rice that's kind of been atop the Catholic League for a number of years now. You really need to make those little things happen. You have a man on second, nobody out, got to get him to third. Wasn't able to do it. Easier said than done against Duhame.
Yep. Here's Braden Dersham, the sophomore catcher for the Eaglets, batting in the 7 spot. Looks at that two-seam fastball wide of the zone. Cold, chilly Wednesday night in Troy, Michigan. So glad you're with us. Runner at second in scoring position is Essig. And that's an excuse me Dersham swing that hit off the back area of the brick wall behind home plate.
This is where the Eaglets are going to kind of need to make those contributions. We know what they have with Brustevich and Crichton at the top. What can they get out of Dersham and Shilp and Duff at the bottom? Can they kind of supplement with their part of the order?
7 hits and 6 RBIs for Dersham. And he pops it up foul. Kaki with a mask off will have room, and he drops it. And that is another, well, won't go down as an error, but that's another out that potentially put a star next to it. We'll see what happens in this at-bat.
Yeah, not a crisp start here defensively for Brother Rice. We did see a couple of nice plays in the first inning by Chase, but here a botched rundown and a drop pop-up, uncharacteristic of Kaki.
Runner at second with 1 out. Top of the second, no score between the top 2 teams in the Catholic League Central Division. First place for Brother Rice is all theirs right now. They're 11-1-2 in Catholic League play. St. Mary's 10-4. The 2 ties is the thing that you look at if you're St. Mary's and say, well, all right, they got 2 ties. If we get 2 wins, we're right back in the hunt of this title for the Catholic League. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. He got Dersham with a dirty, dark bender. And the Eaglets have 2 outs now here in the second.
A really nice at bat from Dersham, following off pitches and making Duhame work. But when you get into that 2-strike count and Duhame drops that bender, like you say, very tough to stay with it. You're worried about the 90-mile-per-hour heater coming in. And a big at bat, big opportunity here for Shilp.
Shilp with a runner at second. Fouled back. Duhame with back-to-back Ks. Cool, calm, collected Cole Duhame. Bob Riker says he's my kind of guy. He's just always even-keeled.
Yeah, it doesn't show a ton of emotion, almost Barry Sanders-esque, kind of just, produces on the field and he lets his game do the talking.
0-2 grounded to third, scooped up by Hafner. Easy throw to first to Stanton. And the side retired. Eaglets get an infield hit, the first of the game for either side, but nothing to cross. Let's go to the bottom of the second in a scoreless blockbuster game here on a Wednesday.
The store is set up. He's got the order, and he's off. It's a full court press. These brands are knocking it out of the park. This, my friends, is the speed we've come to expect from this team. Just look at the precision of that move. And it's out of here.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
Chad and Joey back with you from the Stevens Family Complex home of Brother Rice here in Troy. We're right by the airport. Come on by. Say hello. This is the defense for St. Mary's. Dersham behind home plate. Tribal at third. Brustevich at short.
Shilp at second, Conrad at first. It's Bauman in the outfield and right, Crichton in center, and Preston Duff in left field. Essig is DHing for Anthony Abella, who is on the mound and looking to keep this Brother Rice lineup neutralized. So far, he's done that. He's worked around a little bit of inaccuracies.
Yeah, had some traffic in the first with a hit batsman and a walk, and kind of an interesting part of the order here for Riker. He's got a freshman in Rodriguez, and then a senior, but then a sophomore and a freshman. So really kind of throwing the young guys out there, seeing what they can bring to the back half of the lineup.
There's a base hit to right field. That's off the bat of Rodriguez. Cruz Rodriguez cruises into first, and it's the first hit of the game, and the first hit for the freshman.
Yeah, Riker said that he liked the performance that he had against De La Salle. He had 2 hits, he got a sac bunt down, so let's throw him out, give him another start here, righty against the lefty, and bangs one down the right field line.
That'll bring up Freddie Beyer, the senior, in the 8th spot. He's in left field, batting .339. Check that, Freddie's in right field, batting .339. Squares to bunt, gets it foul towards the Eaglet dugout. And Nick DePonio will scoop that thing back into play.
Interesting. I mean, despite both teams kind of putting up double-digit runs a lot lately, you see both managers trying to get one on the board early with these sacrifice bunts. So I think both managers are aware the pitching is strong, the defense is strong for both teams. So we're probably not going to win this game 10-8. Let's see if we can scratch one across early.
Upstairs, 4-3 was the final in game 1 that these two teams played earlier this year. And in the game, it was St. Mary's who had more hits. Ground ball sharply down the line in the corner. That's trouble. To chase it down is Preston Duff. Rounding third is Rodriguez. He'll hold. And it's a 2-bagger. And back-to-back hits for the bottom of the lineup. Freddie Beyer with a 2-bagger.
Yeah, I mean, you want some experience down there around all these underclassmen. Beyer doing a fabulous job there. Puts it just to the left of the third baseman. Not much he could do. Tribal gave a good effort, but the Warriors in business. Abella has his work cut out here. Second and third, nobody out.
So that'll bring up Anthony Flores, the left fielder. And he's swinging away with the infield drawn in with nobody out here in the bottom of the second. Between these two rivals, Brother Rice and St. Mary's.
Yeah, I think traditionally you probably would, give an out for a run here. There's nobody out. You're probably going to give up something. But I guess against a guy like Duhame, DePonio saying, we want this to be a 0.
Yep. Rodriguez at third. It's Beyer at second. Swing and a miss. Got him on strikes. Abella comes back and gets the K against the 8-hitter Flores. Here's another look.
Huge strikeout there for Abella. Just tough to stay with that breaking ball. Kind of coming in there a little bit slower than you'd expect. A big change of pace from the fastball. And Flores couldn't hang with it long enough. And a big out for Abella.
Infield stays in. The breaking ball stays in the zone as well. Strike called. This is Trevor Chase, the 9-hitter, batting .300 on the year, freshman, 5 RBI. Good speed as well. And the freshman's down on strikes, so back-to-back Ks after back-to-back hits. And this is the Abella we heard about from Nick DePonio.
And that's what he did against Hafner in the first inning. Kind of sets you up with the breaker, and then you're sitting on it, you're waiting for it, and he can move that fastball by. It doesn't have to be 96. It's all about changing speed and getting the hitter off of their rhythm. He's done it twice in big situations, and now one at bat away from getting out of a very tricky situation.
In game 1 earlier this year, the Eaglets had 8 hits. There's a chopper to Tribal. He'll have an easy throw across the diamond, and this side retired. So Brother Rice gets back-to-back hits to start the inning. Second and third, nobody out. They're stranded. Abella battles back. We're still scoreless in Troy.
Lowering the shoulder. swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
And it's going to be a challenge for us. I mean, they're a really talented football team. I think everybody knows that.
Four wide receivers. Pressure. Steps up. Marshall wants to run again. Cuts down the middle of the field. All alone. Touchdown! Warriors! What a cut. Want to shoot like a pro? Well, Oakland Knockdown Shooters, that's your answer. Led by a former Division I player with over 15 years of coaching experience, they help middle, high school build an elite shooting and dribbling fundamentals. And look, here's the difference. They use cutting-edge NOAH basketball technology, and it tracks every single shot using real-time analytics. And look, it'll improve your arc, the accuracy, the consistency, just one shot at a time. If you're serious about taking your game to the next level, elevate your game today with Oakland Knockdown Shooters. And there you see the plane taking off, and there you see the house divided. Look at that. The Tribals, Drew and Mia Eaglets, Adam and Alex, Brother Rice Warriors. The house divided today for Matt and Raquel Tribal, but how proud they must be. Alex playing college baseball down the road at Macomb, Adam a star on the Brother Rice basketball team, Mia at James Madison, and Drew committed to Michigan State. All he did was have 10 hits, 4 home runs, a cycle, and a big week last week, and that's Drew Tribal. How about the Tribals? They've got some tough decisions today if you're mom and dad.
Yeah, it's one of those, Travis and Jason Kelsey got to get a jersey that's sort of split down the middle, or a jacket and a sweatshirt, and you're switching off in between innings. It's tough.
It's tough for mom. I wonder what Raquel is wearing. We want to see if she's got one of those. We'll see if we could get one of those made for her, maybe, if she doesn't have one already.
Custom.
A little custom action. All right, here we go. Top of the third inning. Cole Duhame back on the bump. Perhaps the top lefty in the state of Michigan. Maybe the top pitcher. This is a real polished Virginia commit, and he will face the right-handed hitting Preston Duff, who rockets one right back up the box for a leadoff single. The 9-hitter Preston Duff showing up in Troy.
Yeah, one of the hardest hit balls we've seen early on today from Preston Duff. Saying I might be the 9-hole hitter, but I can do some damage. And what a big at-bat to get the first guy on ahead of Brustevich, Crichton, Tribal. Really nice effort there, left on left from Duff.
Yes, sir. So, top of the lineup we go with Hudson Brustevich. That's a big move in this Eaglet lineup. You get your 9-hitter on. Duff runs really well. He did have a hip injury that kept him out of soccer this past fall. That's a rocket to right. That's a base hit. Duff will look, turn, and have nowhere to go. He's got a hold put. But it's the Eaglets here in the top of the third that get back-to-back hits to start the inning.
Wow, really nice from Brustevich, you'd think, against such a tough lefty. And you don't have the matchup in your favor. But walks from a 1-2 count in his first at-bat. This time comes up swinging, hits a laser to right. The Eaglets in business, but as we saw last inning with Brother Rice, you still got to get the big hit when it counts.
Luke Crichton, the batter, with the first baseman Stanton in, expecting bunt, and it's a bunt attempt that goes foul.
I mean, we've seen it a few times here. Obviously, you want to get it down, but really it's a pretty risky maneuver with the 1-1 count. You just get into such a hole if you don't get that first one down. But Crichton, obviously, a gifted, professional enough hitter to fight back in this situation.
Duhame against the Eaglets in game 1, 4 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, 7 Ks, no strikeouts. First and second, nobody out for St. Mary's. Got him on strikes, and the khaki throw to second is backed up by Chase. Nothing doing there, but it's a huge strikeout for Cole Duhame to get Luke Crichton on strikes.
Yeah, almost looked like a pre-designed play there because the middle infielder was moving as the pitch was coming. So good awareness from Turner to be on the same page with Kaki. Better throw. They might have actually picked him off.
Here's Drew Tribal. And Drew Tribal, we've told you what he's done as of late. This is a chance for him now with 2 on and 1 out. And Duhame careful on that first pitch. In the doubleheader last week, he hit for the cycle in game 1. He went 4 for 4, 3 runs, 2 RBIs, and a home run. In game 2, he went 2 for 3, 2 home runs, including a grand slam and a 2-run shot. That's a strike called, beautifully painted on the outside corner just below the knees, and the count levels at 2.
Yeah, we'll see what Tribal can do here. Such a strikeout artist in Duham on the mound, but neither team, both teams able to get traffic. Neither one's been able to bust through.
That one's hit sharply to short, to second, takes it himself, throw to first, and they got him. Double play by Tristan Turner. A sharp shot, one hopper that Tristan handled terrifically. He says, I'll take it myself, Joey.
Yeah, great defensive awareness. Sometimes when it's just on you, unassisted double play. Big 2 outs for the Warriors.
Look, everybody wanna go and talk. At the same time, gotta walk it. Better yet, run, go, hit a lick, divvy up with my homies, and we do it all again. Whenever we get it, there's no hesitation.
Yes, Brother Rice, 17-5 and 2 ties. 11-1-2 in the league, just 1 loss. Catholic League, of course, Division 1, 616 all boys, 3 state titles, 92 and 94 under Coach Kalzinski, Ron Kalzinski, that is. And then in 2008, it was under that man, Bob Riker, DJ LeMahieu, a free agent. He's out there. How about it? 15 years in the bigs, 3-time All-Star, 6-time Gold Glove. The list goes on and on and on, but the man has over 1,800 career hits, and he sits as the bench boss now of the Royal Oak Leprechauns. And so that's pretty cool. He's a free agent too, Joey. There might be a local team that might maybe have interest.
You never know. I mean, the Tigers are always in need of offense.
That one's driven deep to right off that high 20-foot wall, and that's going to be one of the longest singles you'll see today. They will stay at first, and it's a long Broder Catke bang off the wall, and they'll hold him here just a 1. It was hit so hard, Joey. Nothing for Bauman to have to do here but throw it in.
Yeah, I mean, Catke kind of couldn't figure out. He said, I hit it this far. I should go to second. He was halfway and just kind of stood there, but you really see the prodigious power that he has to all field, being able to slam that Abella offering to dead right field with that type of power.
Swing and a miss on the Abella changeup. They got Tristan Turner swinging for the downs. He's got 2 long balls already this year, and he's driven in 21. No score, bottom of the 3rd. That one is rocketed to left. That's a hit. 4th of the day for Brother Rice, and back-to-back hits to start an inning for the 3rd straight half inning.
We've talked about that Abella kind of traditionally a reliever, not necessarily the guy that St. Mary's traditionally looks to start. And so now maybe we see the second time through. How's that playing? Are the Warriors timing up that breaking ball a bit better? 2 very hard-hit balls here to start the 3rd.
They do have Luke Crichton available in game 1. Nick DePonio said he'd like just maybe an inning out of him. He might be on an inning limit, so we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, this is Jackson Hafner, who struck out his first time up. He's got 2 on with nobody out. What will they do with Big Jackson? Derek Conrad sniffing in at first, squares to bunt.
It's tough for Abella anytime they're kind of offering the out, which it looks like Hafner but trying to put it down, but both pitches out of the zone. Always tough when the offense is sort of willing to give the out for the base and you're not able to put it in the strike zone, but still in the count here.
Hafner batting .406, gets down a dandy of a bunt. Abella has one play to third, and they got him. Joe Conway said so. Drew Tribal paid for it. He got spiked in the ankle. Out at third, though, is Catke. And a fine play by Abella and a last-minute decision, Joe.
There's a lot going on that play, and a nice awareness from Abella. Very close play. Great look here from the crew. It looks like they did get him by just a beat. And honestly, I don't know that he would have had a play behind him. Would have been a tough play at first, so that might have been the only recourse, even though it's also the aggressive play, but a huge out.
It is, and so that'll bring up Michael Stanton to the plate. Stanton having a heavy year. 24 runs driven in to lead the team in a breakout year for the sophomore.
Maybe a tad surprise 3-1 count with 2 on and nobody out that they still had Hafner looking to put one down.
My bad, Stanton's a junior. There goes the runners. Double steal popped up. They're going to have to come back. It's in the Bermuda Triangle, and it's hauled in by Schilt. So the runners were off, had to come back, and now, all of a sudden, Abella has battled back as well.
Boy, these innings have kind of been carbon copies of one another. Each team 2 on with nobody out, almost every frame here. And the pitchers, both Abella and Duhame, doing an excellent job of being resilient, not letting the moment get to them, and they're getting big outs in big situations.
Here's Cruz Rodriguez, who singled his last time up. And a big spot for the young Rodriguez, just a freshman. 2 outs, 2 on. Scoreless game, bottom 3. Popped up, shallow center. Easily playable for Crichton, who makes the catch, and the side retired. We go to the top of the 4th. Yeah, these innings, they just seem to be the same carbon copy. 2 hits to start and then no runs to finish. We got a battle and a beauty in Troy.
The store is set up. He's got the order, and he's off. It's a full court press. These brands are knocking it out of the park. This, my friends, is the speed we've come to expect from this team. Just look at the precision of that move, and it's out of here.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
Oh, the Eaglets 12-5 on the year, 10-4, and second place in the Central Division right now. 6 state titles to their credit, last in 22. Brock Porter, one of the featured players for the Eaglets, part of a pipeline that is a long one for both these programs. We'll talk more about that. Brock doing a good job at high A ball right now. Battled some injuries last year, looks to be back on point. And there's other Eaglets in the minor league system as well. We'll get into that a little later. But these are the 2 blue bloods of Catholic League baseball. And with all due respect to the other, Catholic Central and De La Salle and nice programs, these 2 have put out more players to the next level than any other program in the state the last handful of years.
Yeah, both so decorated, such storied histories. And, whether this is in late April or the Catholic League playoffs, they both get up for one another. So it's a big doubleheader. And we've seen excellent pitching, very good defense. It's been kind of a strange game where both innings, a lot of innings getting off to promising starts, then fluttering from that point forward. But credit to Abella and Duhame. A lot of pressure and a lot of traffic and nothing across either way.
Yeah. So here is Essig in a lefty-on-lefty battle. Essig headed that infield single, one of the 2 Eaglet hits in this game. You'll recall the Eaglets had a hit right after that as well. Preston Duff, rather, had their other hit. That one's fouled back. So
I mean, you see how hard it is against a guy a caliber of Duhame. Maybe you get one single, maybe you get a single and a walk, but can you get 3 great at bats? Can you hit a double with 2 on? So far, no. He's too tough and not able to do that thus far for the Eaglets.
Inside, Duhame so far has given up just the 2 hits. He gave up 7 hits and 1 run in his 4 innings of work against the Eaglets in the opener of the season.
See, Essig called time there. Duhame definitely does kind of play with the timing of hitters. When you think he's ready to deliver, maybe waits an extra beat or 2, and that time Essig said, let me take a step out and get back in.
Fisted him, and that goes a little foul. So this is a Zach Essig, who's seen his brothers before him, 3 of them, play for the Eaglets. Essig DHing today, batting .333. We've seen him in the outfield. He's a pitcher as well, and one of the starters. That one is popped to left, deep. Going back, circling, having room, and catching is Flores. Just shy of the warning track for out number 2.
Yeah, ball kind of just kept carrying. Went a little bit further than you think it would have, but nice job by Flores tracking it. Good defense here from the Warriors. And could be a quicker frame here from Duhame, which he kind of needed after a couple busy ones.
Duhame on the year, a .59 ERA coming in, with 33 strikeouts and opponents batting just 183 against him. Strike called as he faces the right-handed hitting Nate Bauman. His ERA is a minuscule .59, and then the whip is 1. 25 innings pitched now. That's a strike called and another strikeout. So out is Essig. Count them up. 5 strikeouts now for Duhame. We're still scoreless. Let's go to the bottom of the 4th in this Catholic League banger. Thanks for watching here on The Prep.
Look, everybody wanna go and talk. At the same time, gotta walk it. Better yet, run, go, hit a lick, divvy up with my homies, and we do it all again. Whenever we get it, there's no hesitation.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
Oakland knockdown shooters. Want to shoot like a pro? Oakland knockdown shooters is the answer. Led by a former Division I player with over 15 years of coaching experience. They help middle school, high school athletes build elite shooting and dribbling fundamentals. And here's the difference. They use a cutting-edge NOAA basketball technology that tracks every single shot using real-time analytics. Improve your arc, your accuracy, and your consistency just one shot at a time. If you're serious about taking your game to the next level, elevate your game today with Oakland Knockdown Shooters. Chad Bush and Joey Yashinsky back with you on The Prep. Long Ball Live, our game of the week, and it has lived up to the hype so far, partner. Scoreless as we go to the bottom half of the 4th.
Yeah, I mean, these are fun baseball games. You have 2 very good, disciplined teams, great coaching staffs, nothing easy across. So, like you say, 2 excellent pitching performances. Surprising, Abella's been able to match zeros with one of the top pitchers in the state.
That one is blasted high and deep to center off the bat of Byer, and it's off the wall. And Byer's going to cruise into second with a leadoff double on a high shot off that high fence in left center.
We'll have to see the replay. It almost looked like Crichton had a pretty good beat on this ball, and we'll see what happened here. I can't tell if maybe it caught leather and just dropped out. Obviously a very tricky play there where the warning track meets the wall, but Byer gave it a ride there and a big leadoff double.
Second double of the game for the senior Freddie B. And so now that'll bring up Flores, the freshman Flores. Bob Riker has 62 players in the program, 35 are playing varsity for the first time this year. There's a bunt in front, and the play is one play. It's at first, and it's a well-executed sacrifice off the bat of the freshman Anthony Flores.
Boy, we've seen both coaching staffs really try and get that done to this point without any success. Finally, Flores able to get the man across, man on third now with just one out. And like you say, that's kind of been the strength of Brother Rice here this year, is the fact that Riker's been able to employ the services of so many players, really utilizing the full breadth of this roster. Pretty unusual, like you said, Chad, to be able to use that many guys. Talking about 36 players providing significant contributions really speaks to the depth throughout the program.
You bet. One out, Chase the batter. It's the curve that stays upstairs. Brother Rice is coached by Bob Riker, assisted by Kyle Galley, Mike Steele, Tom Hennig, and Harrison Wenson. You see Bob Riker flashing signs down at third. Infield expecting a bunt from Chase. It's a strike called. He got him. Or excuse me, strike one, rather.
I thought it was a little bit of an emphatic strike call, too. It kind of.
Yeah, I mean, he sold me on it.
Yeah, he did.
Come on, Bob Check. Full count, says Pat the Stat. Runner at third is Byer. Scoreless game. Abella. Fly ball right field. Bauman will have it. Tagging at third is Byer. The throw to the plate is cut off. And it's 1-0 Brother Rice on the sacrifice fly by the 9-hitter Trevor Chase that scores Freddie Byer. 1-0 Brother Rice.
Nice at bat there from Chase. You don't have to do too much. You want to just put the ball in play, and good team baseball from Brother Rice. You get the big leadoff double from Byer. Flores gets him over. Chase gets him in. Just the way you draw it up, and they get the first one across.
Both teams have had that opportunity to get that sacrifice bunt down, to get that next level, and then the sac fly. Yeah, great baseball and execution to squeeze one out in this tight game. So bases are clear now, and that'll bring up the top of the order in Maxim Nishoff. Nishoff was on varsity last year as a freshman. No surprise to see him back in the lineup this year. And look, Bob Riker says there's no reason to take this kid out of the leadoff spot ever during his time here. He's just a guy that makes at bats count. He's a switch hitter as well, batting right against the lefty Abella. And it's 2, make it 3-0.
Yeah, such a weapon, too, when you know what he can do on the bases. Abella really wants to make him at least put one in play here, not give him a free base, which probably amounts to giving him 2.
Strike called. So that'll move the count to full with the bases clear. And the leadoff man, Nishoff, batting .304 on the year, pops it to right center. Playable for Bauman. He'll make the catch. And the inning is over, but not before Brother Rice gets on the board and breaks the seal. 1-0. The orange and black. Let's go to the 5th.
Look, everybody wanna go and talk. At the same time, gotta walk it. Better yet, run, go, hit a lick, divvy up with my homies, and we do it all again. Whenever we get it, there's no hesitation.
Well, you talk about some of the best pipelines and developing talent and getting players to the next level. Orchard Lake St. Mary's has done that. You look at the pros, the players at Division I, the commits, and the Eaglets have really led the way with development and getting players to the next level.
Matt Petrie was a part of the beginning of that, and it's been Nick DePonio the last 3 years. But the state titles, the 3 Pete in a row, all those kids now moving on, doing great things. Good to see, good to follow. And St. Mary's alive and well at the next level, Division I and in the pros. I mean, we didn't even get to the Division II and Division III. We got a lot of respect for that level. We just don't have enough room on our graphics.
Yeah, too much production. Yeah, you talk about a guy like Shilp who go on to play at Saginaw Valley, and just so much talent throughout the program. And now obviously Brustevich and Crichton heading to big-time programs in the coming year. And DePonio obviously doing a very nice job of picking up where the last staff left off and moving these guys along to the next level.
You bet. The Eaglets coached by Nick DePonio, assisted by Dominic Carmosino, Pat Mish, the former big leaguer, Theo Piccarelli, class of 2010 at St. Mary's, Peter Varon, the former Baron, and Devin Ahart, the former Dodger and class of 2010 St. Mary's grad as well. It's a good staff for the Eaglets. There's a sharp shot, worm burner, base hit to center. That's Braden Dersham, the sophomore catcher, who gets the Eaglets started here in the 5th.
And that's one thing that St. Mary's has consistently been able to do, is put good at-bats to start innings. The trouble has been kind of figuring out a way to sustain it, but an excellent at-bat there from Dersham. Interesting stat there, too, provided to us by Pat the Stat Bush, that threw 4, interestingly, both pitchers exactly at 43 pitches. So manageable, neither one being taxed too hard.
This bunt also unable to get down. This is Joe Shilp, the second baseman. Shilp, a 2-year starter for the Eaglets. St. Mary's making it last year all the way to the Final Four in Division II to East Lansing. Where's the bunt, pulls it back, and for the Eaglets, everything worked out just fine, they say. Doesn't matter how you get him to second, but Jack Hammond scampers to second as the courtesy runner, and the Eaglets have the tying run at second base with nobody out.
Every 90 feet critical here, so a big wild pitch there from Duhame. We'll see if they can take advantage.
The 2-2, bunt again, and this time it's fouled back, and he is out. So that's a K for Shilp, and that runner stands lonely at second still, and here comes Preston Duff.
And it's so tough bunting with 2 strikes. You know Duhame can kind of come with any type of pitch. Sending Shilp back. So is that, I sure thought that was a bunt with 2 strikes, but.
Yeah, well, maybe the rules have changed. Who am I? I don't know.
Maybe there was, all right.
Fair enough.
I thought he had tried to put one down earlier.
He did.
Okay.
He did.
All right.
That one is swung on and lifted to left. That is sinking and running and catching in left. That's Flores, who was playing Shilp in the left center field gap. Had a long way to go. And a nice job to get to that baseball. There's one out.
Yeah, good speed from Flores. Like you say, he's kind of playing a little bit shaded towards center. That ball more towards the line, but gets over there with ease. And all's the same as we thought with the bunt strikeout or a flyout. Either way, not able to move the runner, something that the Eaglets haven't been able to do throughout this game.
So here's Duff, who singled against the pitcher, and this is going to be a bunt that's going to work out magically. Preston Duff just put down a doozy. He's got his 2nd hit of the day and the Eaglets' 4th hit of the day. How about this bunt? Wow. This is a technician's work.
You couldn't draw it up any better. You could see with that English that it probably was going to hang somewhere on the right side of that brown turf. And again, St. Mary's in business and with the right guy up.
Yep. Runner advances to 3rd, and now it sets the table for Hudson Brustevich, the Notre Dame commit, the #1 player in the Cold Weather Bats draft, and he fouls it off his foot. Will stay here.
He hit an absolute bullet his last time up to right. Now in a tricky spot, 1-2. At worst, you want to just try and put this one in the outfield, a grounder to second, something that at least ties this game.
Jack Hammonds is on to pinch run. He's at third. Brustevich has walked and singled. 2 on. Duff at first. 1 out. And a foul back. Brustevich battling here. He will pitch game 2. This is the Eaglets' best hitter, statistically speaking. .462 average. 3 home runs. And another foul off his body. Not only has he been fouling them, but all of them off his body. What does that tell you, Joey?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a suit of armor up there, but, I mean, he's a hard guy to strike out. I mean, looking at the stats before the game, this is his 73rd plate appearance on the year. He struck out 7 times, so no surprise he's making Duhame work this hard.
That one is tapped. Guess what? Foul again. And Coach Dom Peter Varon down there, the former Oakland University Golden Grizzly, will handle it.
I think that's such a great benefit to have as a hitter in the 1-1 count game, a guy who really won't strike out. They kind of come so fast and furious with that setup. Huge asset for Brustevich.
Duff at first, Hammonds at third, and another foul as this epic battle continues. And two-step Teddy Theo Piccarelli with a nice grab down there in that Eaglet dugout.
We'll see if Duhame wants to come with the hard stuff, kind of just breaker after breaker, and Brustevich doing what he can to hang in. Does he try and, sneak a 92 by him here?
1-2 the count. Virginia against Notre Dame. The future homes of both these young men. Duhame to the set and ready. Ground ball up the middle. This will score the run. They'll have one play to first, and it's not in time. It's an infield single for Brustevich, and the game is tied at 1 as Hammond scores, and St. Mary's ties this game in the top of the 5th.
What an awesome at-bat there from Hudson Brustevich. Just absolutely would not give in. Cole Duhame with a number of sharp breaking balls, fouling each one off as best he could. Finally, a chopper up the middle that just absolutely nothing that the freshman Trevor Chase could do, and they finally scratched one across. It took quite a bit of effort to do so, but they tied the game.
Here's Luke Crichton. You saw his brother Jack Crichton on that list and that graphic, and this one is whipped down the left field line just past the Vannie Conway Fieldhouse. Jack, a regular starter for Clemson, batting better than .300 this year. All ACC academic as well. First and second, 1-1 game, and that nearly nips Luke, who's got a lot of scouts here to see him pitch. He may not pitch today, but the scouts are here not only to see him hit but pitch. They really like the long, lean whip out of this right-hander.
With the way this one's shaping up, I wouldn't be surprised to see him in a key spot out of relief here in game 1.
No doubt. Runners go. Kakis throws to second. It's not in time. And so the Eaglets catch Brother Rice a little bit off guard, Joey, and they now have runners at second and third. You think this was a little sneak surprise,
Yeah,
huh?
I think maybe anticipating a breaking ball, a good pitch to run on. I mean, clearly, a combination of Duhame and Kakey, not a combo that you think you're going to run much against, but DePonio employing some aggressiveness. Big pitch here for Crichton.
Infield in, and that is rocketed again off the wall.
Look at that. And you see a smart play by Kakey, too. There was no play at third. The only play possibly was to second to potentially get Brustevich, but really nice, kind of like you said, sort of a sneak attack, not a steal attempt you'd expect.
Crichton the batter. Infield in. Good speed on the paths, and he got him on strikes on the snapper. And there's 2 outs. How about it? Big-time pitch for Cole Duhame.
Yeah, huge strikeout for Duhame. The strikeout he was not able to get against Brustevich, but just as big a spot here with 2 men in scoring position, gets Crichton to go fishing on that one, down and in. And a huge at-bat for maybe the hottest hitter, Tribal, who Brother Rice says we want no part of, and you can have first base. We'll take our chances with Derek Conrad.
intentionally walked Tribal to get to Conrad. Not often you get intentionally walked to get to a 429 hitter, but that's what Brother Rice has done, and it's understandable.
I think they saw those headlines from this past week.
Yep. Bases are loaded. Conrad fouls it off his body. Conrad in this game grounded out and struck out. 18 runs driven in for the former Dakota product. Derek Conrad, a guy that his head coach had outstanding words for and really loves the way he has approached the last couple weeks. Things have been a little different. And he said he's so good at defense at first base, it gets overlooked. Out on strikes, DeHane comes back and shuts the door here in the 5th. Eaglets get 1, but they strand 2. Duhane with a dirty, dark one as we get later and deeper into this blockbuster battle in Troy.
The store is set up. He's got the order, and he's off. It's a full court press. These brands are knocking it out of the park. This, my friends, is the speed we've come to expect from this team. Just look at the precision of that move. And it's out of here.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
Well, we talked about the St. Mary's baseball pipeline. Brother Rice has one too, and it's very impressive. It starts with DJ LeMahieu, who's currently a free agent, by the way, and only the 2-time batting champion, 3-time All-Star, 15-year veteran, and he's the new head coach of the Royal Oak Leprechauns. How about it? And then you look at the players actively playing Division I, Braden Dowd and Chase Vandermeed, who we saw a couple years back, and then the Vandermeed boys. Look at that long list for Brother Rice of current active Division I, and then the commits in Catkey and Duhame and Turner. Both these schools, again, the leaders and the best when you talk baseball in the state of Michigan.
Yeah, pretty amazing career for a guy like DJ LeMahieu. Sometimes in major league circles you think, oh, a guy won a home run title or a batting title in Colorado. What does that mean? Well, he comes to the American League and does it with the Yankees. So clearly an elite hitter, a guy nearing 2,000 hits in the big leagues, really one of the top run producers of the last 15 years.
Sure has. So we've got a new pitcher. We talked about Crichton coming in. Indeed he has. And he enters in a spot where he'll have to face Broder Catke. And so Abella, his line is done. And the journey for Luke Crichton is just beginning. This is what scouts came for. Crichton against Catke.
Yeah, it starts him off with a wicked breaking ball to get ahead in the count.
Popped him up here. Conrad will have some room, and he will miss it. He missed that baseball, and that's a big one. Catke gets new life and takes a deep breath.
Yeah, tricky little situation down there. You got to feel for the fence and sort of know where you are. Never looked quite comfortable going after that ball.
No, Kyle Buchanan didn't look comfortable either in the background.
And not a guy you want to give a second chance to.
He does, and it's a slider low for Crichton. Crichton's numbers impressive this year on the mound. We'll get to him in a moment. That one's rocketed down the line. That's in the corner. That's trouble. Catke will round first. He'll head to second, and he will get indeed that double that he thought he had his last at bat. The second hit of the day for Broder Catke, and it's a big one to start the fifth inning for Brother Rice.
That's what great players do. I mean, you give them that second opportunity, which you really can't do, and they take full advantage. Just one pitch later, another bullet off the bat of Catke. Sent a long one to right. last time, like you say, for about as long a single as you could have. This time, a dart down the left field line. And right back at it, Brother Rice with a man in scoring position looking to retake the lead.
8th double of the year for Broder Katke. And now that'll flip to the 3 spot to Tristan Turner. Turner a single his last time up. And the Eaglets will play a little double play depth with Conrad now in at first. Crichton pitches. It's a bunt. Crichton will throw to third, and they don't get him. Safe at third. Crichton wants an appeal, but Katke slid under the tag, and Brother Rice has runners at the corners with nobody out. Here's another look, Joey.
Well, we've seen that aggressive approach on defense from St. Mary's. Looks like he probably did get in under the tag. Play probably to first there. You don't want to let the inning get out of control, but they made an aggressive play earlier that led to an out. They tried doing it again. Got bit a little bit there, and now in some trouble with men on the corners, nobody out.
Yeah, and I guess the other thought is that ball was perfectly placed, and there was really no play for Crichton at first.
Tough play either way.
And the umpires are going to talk and converge.
I don't know.
So Joe Conway and Bob Check talk it out, and Conway comes back and says, yeah, Check was right, per usual.
It's funny, you see the effect that the Major League Challenge system has had after that play was made and the call at third. The first baseman, Conrad for St. Mary's, was tapping his head relentlessly, looking for some type of challenge.
Oh, boy.
Who knows? Maybe that's in the Preps' future where they come and look at a monitor. I don't know.
It's an extra 500.
Yeah, add it on.
That's it. Here's Jackson and Hafner with runners at the corners in a tie game. And a big spot for Luke Crichton trying to get out of this thing against the heart of the order. A strikeout and a fielder's choice for Hafner, but he's driven in 21 this year and has 7 extra base hits.
Yeah, this is Hafner's chance. Last time they made him bunt. Maybe he didn't want to on a 3-1 count. Here's his chance.
There goes the runner. It's popped to short, shallow left. Here comes the left fielder. Sliding to make the catch is Essig. So how about Zach Essig making a fabulous play on a tweener ball in no man's land?
Yeah, tricky play and good communication. You can tell that Bruce Devich was going after that ball hard. Essig coming in. If there isn't the right communication, if no one takes charge, you probably get a collision or a situation where neither guy goes after it. So you really like the communication there. Left fielder taking control. Obviously an easier play coming in, and you're able to kind of see the runners, nobody able to advance.
Stanton takes a slider for a strike. It's a Crichton fastball that has seen 94 this year. You pair it with the curve and the slider and the change, and he can throw them all for strikes. He's got a buffet of baddies. Runners at the corners. Chopped foul again. And Broder Katke's going to come over and field it. That's what catchers do.
He can't help himself.
He's got those pants up there. I mean, he's all right.
It's the Riker style.
I like it. It's a new style.
Yeah, they're up well beyond the knee. You're right. Yeah, it is.
Crichton against Stanton, swing and miss. Throw back to Crichton is a bullet. And I don't know if that was planned or not, but Crichton didn't think it was cute.
I think Crichton's laughing about it. I'm not sure. I mean, that was a dart by Dersham. I mean, I don't think you're probably throwing through. You don't want to let the guy, Katke, get a jump on home plate. That's some awareness from Crichton to catch that ball.
Yeah. So 2 outs, runners at second and third. Katke is at third. Turner is at second. And that one is rocketed down that line, and that nearly nipped that man. Wow. Oy, oy, oy. The scout comes right back. Gotta like that. So, Crichton against Rodriguez. Cruz in this game with a single already. The freshman in a big spot with 2 outs. And Bob Check called time.
It's funny, there's been a lot of great at-bats in this game. It's just that most of them have come at the beginning of the inning, and neither team really able to get that big hit when it counts.
Crichton with a slider that somehow missed. Count moves to 2-2. Here's another look.
It's been a call that's been a strike at times today. We saw about half the Eaglets walking off the field, but they'll have to earn one more.
Turner at second, Kaki at third. 2 out, 2 strike pitch is wide of the zone. And the on-deck circle is Freddie Beyer, a guy who has 2 doubles today. Not a guy you want to flirt with. Rodriguez with a hit as well, but the freshman in a tight spot here. 2 full count pitch. Missed him low. Bases now loaded with 2 outs, and it sets up Crichton against the hottest hitter in orange and black, perhaps, in the senior Freddie Beyer.
And how do you like that maturity from the freshman, Cruz Rodriguez, facing a guy the caliber of Crichton and laying off pitches, fighting back from 1-2 to earn his way on, and setting the table for probably the best hitter so far today in Freddie Beyer.
Nowhere to put him. Crichton, a guy that throws strikes so well, his coaches have to remind him that, look, you don't have to throw a strike. Just be careful. Now he's behind 2-1 against Beyer. Even at 2-2.
Really a heavyweight matchup throughout the day. Both teams putting guys on, pitchers getting big outs, defensive plays all over the place, really kind of living up to the billing.
Tops in the Catholic League against the second place Eaglets. Popped him up infield. Second baseman Schilp will give way to the right fielder Bauman, and the side is retired. Crichton comes on and gets himself out of his own jam. We're still tied at 1. Let's go to the 6th for some more fun. Game 1 of 2. Getting late. Don't go anywhere. Parents Changing Spaces is a locally owned, free senior living referral and placement service. They help families who have loved ones that can no longer independently care for themselves find a place to live. They work with families across Southeast Michigan to find all types of senior housing, including assisted living, memory care, and residential care homes. In addition, if your loved one is in need of some assistance but not yet ready to make a move, they can provide guidance and resources for in-care home givers, physical and occupational therapy, transportation, and much more. Parents Changing Spaces service is complimentary and of no charge to you. Give them a call today, 844-772-7368, to learn how they can help your family. Oakland Knockdown Shooters. Want to shoot like a pro? Well, Oakland Knockdown Shooters is your answer. Led by a former Division I player with over 15 years of coaching experience, they help middle and high school athletes build elite shooting and dribbling fundamentals. And here's the difference. They've got cutting-edge technology, the Noah basketball technology, and it tracks every shot, and it uses real-time analytics. Improve your arc, your accuracy, and your consistency just one shot at a time. If you're serious about taking your game to the next level, elevate your game today with Oakland Knockdown Shooters. He's Joey Yashinsky. My name is Chad Bush. Evan Westfall is your executive producer today on this cold, chilly, 50-degree, gloomy, sometimes rainy Wednesday hump day. And we're glad you're with us here on the Prep. We're tied at 1. Nothing has been solved yet. Joey, your thoughts as we enter the 6th?
Yeah, very nice job by Luke Crichton. I mean, just kind of blow for blow here. Both teams not letting anything in easy. First and third, Crichton facing with nobody out after that attempted out at third on the bunt. You'd think Brother Rice is in business, but then nice play in left from Duff taking charge on that little looper, and they're able to figure their way out.
This is Essig, who's out on strikes. Another strikeout for Duhame, and that'll bring up Nate Bauman, but Duhame showing no signs of slowing down as we get to the 6th.
The thing you see here with Duhame is, like, has he been as sharp as ever? Has he been as dominant? No, there's been a lot of traffic, but against a guy this good, even when you're kind of poking and prodding, you look up and it's the 6th, you still just have 1 run. So the best of the best are able to come out on days when they maybe have their B stuff and still able to basically shut you down.
That's right. Derek Conrad, or excuse me, check that. This is Bauman. Nate Bauman, the batter. And he looks at a pitch outside the zone. Both teams with 6 hits, both teams with 1 run. Couple of errors for Brother Rice in this game. Pitch inside corner, strike called to Nate Bauman, the right fielder.
Yeah, Bauman thought he had a base on balls there, but Duhame gets the call on the inside fastball, and he'll have to do it on a full count.
That one is drilled to right center, room for Nishov, and he makes the catch easily in right center field. Duhame so far has gone 5 2/3 now. He's given up just 6 hits and 1 run. He struck out 8 and walked 1. Abella's day is done. He went 5 innings, gave up 7 hits, 1 run, struck out 4 and walked 2. In the battle of the 2 lefties, Abella able to hang with Duhame. It was impressive for both these guys so far, and Duhame's not done yet.
Yeah, I think DePonio has to be really happy with the way that Abella went up against a guy of the caliber of Duhame and kind of matched him step for step. And you see a guy like Duhame, the control that he has, you can give up 6 hits in an outing, which is a lot. But if you walk 1, you're able to navigate your way out. No free passes.
There's a fly ball deep to left, way back, and it's off the base of the wall. Rounding first headed to second is Dersham, and the sophomore has a 2-out double off of Cole Duhame here in the 6th.
Yeah, second hard hit ball from Dersham. A nice single up the middle last time. This one gives it a ride over the left fielder's head, beats Flores. Ball off the wall, able to get a double, and a big opportunity here for Shilp to try and give St. Mary's the lead.
So that will bring up Shilp, and Shilp looks at a breaking ball. Over for a strike. Tied at 1. De La Salle leads U of D 9-3. In other games around the Catholic League. Swing and a miss. Out on strikes. Strikeout complete. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Nothing is solved yet in Troy at the Stevens Family Complex. Thanks for watching. We are the Prep. The store is set up. He's got the order, and he's off. It's a full court press. These brands are knocking it out of the park. This, my friends, is the speed we've come to expect from this team. Just look at the precision of that move. And it's out of here. Bob Riker is the bench boss. 9 Catholic League titles to his credit. A state title as a head coach, 5 as an assistant, and back to his former school. Just like Nick DePonio, Riker is a Warrior, and then on to Central Michigan. And this is a guy that has led them to 12 district championships, 5 state title appearances, and this has been a guy that has been the bench boss at Rice, and it's hard to think of baseball without Bob Riker at the helm. And he'll also coach the Royal Oak Leprechauns under DJ LeMahieu this year. He will coach under DJ LeMahieu. They will switch roles.
Mentor and mentee kind of switching places, and that'll be cool. It's a really nice environment there over in our neck of the woods.
Sure.
On Woodward, and nice park, and you get in for a reasonable rate and sometimes a nice alternative to some of the other baseball offerings in the state.
No doubt. Danny Weiss and Kurt Bornguest are doing a great job over there. And that season's coming around. And folks should definitely check out 13 and Woodward baseball with the Leps.
Luck City, right?
That's right, Luck City. That's it. Feel a little luckier when you get inside Royal Oak. Get out of Huntington Woods once in a while if you want to get lucky, Joey.
Try to get out of that square mile.
That's it. It's tough to leave. Pitch is over for a strike, and much to the chagrin of Anthony Flores, Luke Crichton back in for his second inning of duty in this tie game between these two top teams in the Catholic League. Brother Rice trying to keep their 8-game unbeaten streak alive. Crichton with a K.
Yeah, Crichton coming out, meaning business. A quick 2-pitch strikeout here to start the bottom of the 6th, the key inning. Want to get the offense back for the Eaglets with the game tied. Nice start here for Crichton.
Here's Trevor Chase, who has the game's only RBI for Brother Rice. The freshman hit a sacrifice fly to right to score the only run of the game for Brother Rice in the 4th. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back Ks for the Indiana commit Luke Crichton to start the 6th. This guy does quick work.
Yeah, I think that's sometimes how you want to go after a team's bottom of the order. You don't want to mess around, breaking ball out of the zone. You just figure, here's 93. It's coming at you. Can you catch up with it? Thus far, 4 pitches, 2 strikeouts.
Crichton has thrown 20 1/3 innings this year. Swing and a miss. That's the big cut from the switch hitter Maxim Nishoff, who will bat left for the first time today.
1 pitch from an immaculate inning here, albeit an abbreviated one with these counts, but still could be 6 for 6.
Ooh.
Second time today for Nishoff.
Nishoff wears it. And a rare Luke Crichton errant throw from the mound. This is a guy that just doesn't not throw strikes, and this time he gets Nishoff right down the center of the back.
Yeah, and pretty inopportune as well. I mean, we know with Nishoff, a lot of times 1 base means 2, so will he be running here? Although if you run, then does it let them put Katke on? A lot of moving parts in baseball. It's what makes the game interesting.
Yep. It's just the 3rd hit by pitch that Crichton has served this year. There goes the runner. There's the answer to your question. Throw to second, not in time. So Nishoff gets his 2nd steal of the game and his 24th steal of the year, and a great jump. This kid can really run.
Yeah, such a weapon at the top of the lineup, and we'll see if DePonio does want to take that open base and send Katke on his way, but he doesn't. Seems like he'll trust Crichton, but obviously Katke his last 2 times, 2 ringing doubles in either direction.
Crichton with an ERA just above 2, trying to keep that runner at second. There's a bat that's busted something open. Throw to first. He is out. That's the end of the inning. But something busted in the infield off the bat, and somebody check that man. Broder Katke grounds out. And Brother Rice leaves a runner at second. We're still tied at 1. Let's go to the 7th.
Look, everybody wanna go and talk. At the same time, gotta walk it. Better yet, run, go, hit a lick, divvy up with my homies, and we do it all again. Whenever we get it, there's no hesitation.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
And it's going to be a challenge for us. I mean, they're a really talented football team. I think everybody knows that.
4 wide receivers. Pressure. Steps up. Marshall wants to run again. Cuts down the middle of the field. All alone. Touchdown! Warriors! What a cut.
Well, Nick DePonio in his 3rd year at St. Mary's, also back to his alma mater, 98 graduate, an all-stater, dream teamer when he was on that 98 squad, and was part of that St. Mary's first championship in baseball in 1998. Went to Oakland U, hit .339 in 4 years, had a prolific career in Rochester,
and 2 state runners-up in 07 and 09 as a coach. His first go-round, 3 regional titles, 6 district championships, and over 15 years of coaching varsity. And this is a guy that also played in the Italian Pro League. Nick, very proud of his Italian heritage, went over there, played baseball, loved life for a while, and he's loving it still. His son Guy is a senior pitcher on this team, and we'll see him perhaps today. But Nick DePonio back where he belongs in Orchard Lake.
Yeah, had there been a WBC back then, I'm sure DePonio might have been a guy representing Italy, a team that had a nice showing this past March. But really a very, very good baseball game that we've seen. It's kind of had everything, and 1-1 deadlocked here in the 7th.
Duff swings and misses. Kaki's going to have to complete the strikeout. He throws it away. And there's a collision at first, and everything is fine, it looks physically, but Kaki threw this thing, and I think it was missed. Stanton had a chance at it, and Joey, what do you make of this play?
Yeah, excellent hustle there on the part of Duff. He gets down the line quick. We'll see what, maybe a little bit errant, especially when you're kind of crossing the lane of the runner. I'm not sure there was much Stanton could do. Credit to Duff.
There goes the runner. Line shot, hit and run works perfectly. Base hit right field off the bat of Hudson Bristevich, and the Eaglets are clicking up their heels with runners at the corners here in the top of the 7th in a tie game.
Boy, Hudson Bristevich, what a game that he's had offensively. He walked from a 1-2 count his first time up, and then 3 straight singles after that. So Duhame unable to retire him 4 times through. And we'll see if that's the end of the day for Duhame after 6+.
Pitching coach Mike Steele is out. Steele, former coach with the Pirates, the Indians, and the former Chippewa. He's taking a look and having a discussion here with Cole Duhame. And look, he's gotten hit back-to-back and might have lost some things. But what is going through your mind as a coach right now when you're trying to make a decision on Cole Duhame and if he's going to stay in this game?
You know, obviously, you know, with the conditions out here, it's cold, it's been rainy. You don't necessarily want to push him too far, but at the same time, the game's very much in the balance. You know he's your top guy. And hard to blame him sort of the way that this inning's developed. What did he do? He got a strikeout.
True.
So it's sort of telling that in a game like this where offense has been so hard to come by that the biggest rally might have come from McKay.
Yep. Bob Riker praising his staff, and including Mike Steele, who's out there, drafted into the minors, played 6 years, and it's been all around college baseball at Long Beach State, Wichita State, Michigan State. And what an asset he is to this pitching staff, and they're going to keep Cole in. I think, like you said, the other part is the mental side. Calm down. You should be, you should already have an out in this inning. Things happen, and Cole Duhame's a guy that doesn't get riled up about much in life anyway. So, pretty easy kid to calm down, you'd think.
And he has struck out Luke Crichton earlier in the game in a big spot, similar spot, so he'll look to do the same here.
Crichton squares the bunt. It's a safety squeeze, and it's a foul ball, says Bob Check.
Both teams really trying to employ the bunt with limited success today, but they're still trying. You'd think maybe with hitter the caliber of Crichton, you'd trust him to put something out in the field of play, but they want to get one down.
Heck or high water.
Yeah. You could see where I was going. I was, broadcast. Wasn't sure exactly where to go.
That's
so I
all
just
right.
said nothing.
Duff at third, Bristevich at first. Luke Crichton, the batter, against Cole Duhame. Ground ball to short. The play is to first, and there's an out. In to score, though, comes Preston Duff. It's an RBI ground out single for Luke Crichton, and it's 2-1 St. Mary's in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, smart play by Tristan Turner. A less experienced player may have tried to force that one home, but you'll take the out. You go down 1. It's nothing that you can't come back from in the 7th, but if you make that throw home, he was going to be safe. Now you're in a whole world of trouble. So a smart play and a good at-bat from Crichton. Anytime you're down 1-2 to Duhame, just putting the ball in play is an accomplishment.
This is game 1 of 2, and if game 2 is anything like game 1, stick around, baby. This has been a fun one to watch. So, runners at first and second with 1 out, and Conrad grounds a short One play, that's to first, and the worm burner is scooped up nicely by Stanton at first. Runners advanced to second and third, but this is not what we thought here. Maybe some wet baseball helped this throw.
Yeah, nice pick there down there by Stanton to make sure of the out. Not an easy play. And Duhame one hitter away from getting out, and obviously a very manageable one-run deficit that Brother Rice will be facing in the 7th.
So gets Conrad. Now he'll face Zach Essig with runners at second and third. Big swing and a miss. 2 outs in this 7th inning, but 1 run in.
Those intentional walks, they come quick. I barely even saw Tribal get sent out there.
Right, I did not see it. That one's popped up and should stay in play. Coming over is Hafner, and he makes the catch to end the inning. But the Eaglets do get a run. Perhaps the winning run. Brother Rice coming back with something to say in the 7th. Don't you go anywhere.
The store is set up. He's got the order, and he's off. It's a full court press. These brands are knocking it out of the park. This, my friends, is the speed we've come to expect from this team. Just look at the precision of that move. And it's out of here.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
Oakland knockdown shooters. Want to shoot like a pro? Oakland knockdown shooters is your answer. Led by a former Division I player with over 15 years of coaching experience, they help middle and high school athletes build elite shooting and dribbling fundamentals. And look, here's the difference. They've got cutting-edge technology and the NOAA basketball that will track every single shot every time and get great analytics real time. Improve your arc, your accuracy, and your consistency just one shot at a time. If you're serious about taking your game to the next level, elevate your game today with Oakland knockdown shooters. Chad and Joey back with you. Bottom of the 7th. Brother Rice's 8-game unbeaten streak is on the ropes. They're down by a run. They will face Luke Crichton, who has been the Eaglets' ace on the mound this year. And for Brother Rice, look, this is who they want, 3, 4, and 5 up to the plate.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it throughout the day, Chad. There's scouts out here. Are they going to see Crichton on the mound, an inning here? Looks like he's been given a little bit more, working on number 3 here, but going with their best to try and secure a huge win over a rival.
Turner with a single today. Check swing, did he go? No, says Joe Conway. 3-1. And Crichton, a guy that is a strike thrower. And we'll see if Tristan Turner jumps him here. He does not. He's taking, and it's a strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, really a clinic today, both sides, and bend but don't break pitching. Just giving an inch,
Yes.
but not a mile.
Yeah. The 3-hitter committed to Western Michigan. Grounds one to first. Conrad keeps it in front of him, throws to first, and Crichton over to cover handles it. And there's 1 out on a defensive, fabulous play by both first base and pitcher.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned earlier that DePonio has just been so happy with the defense of Derek Conrad at first. That was a very tricky play. It was hard hit. It was an in-between hop. You knew he probably can't pick it, but what does he do? Keeps it in front of him, throws an actual bullet to Crichton from about 3 feet away, so credit on both ends.
Ground ball up the middle. Brustevich to his left, makes the slide, throws to first, not in time. A bang-bang play that would have been back-to-back bangers defensively. But he's safe at first, so it's an infield single. And here's another look at the Brustevich effort.
Really seeing highlights from all corners of the field here today. Excellent play by Conrad and Crichton to start the inning, and then an unbelievable effort by Brustevich to even make that a play at first. But a big-time at bat there to start a potential rally here for Brother Rice.
So Hafner on at first. Here's Michael Stanton, who rockets one that somehow got through the net. A missile. Watch out down there. My goodness. How did that get through the net? There's like 2 inches space.
It looks like everybody's all right, but that ball was smoked.
If you're near that tent, man, you got to wear a helmet.
Just be home watching on the prep where it's safe.
No doubt. Swing and a miss, throw down to second, and he is safe. And they're going to appeal. Look at the catcher, Dersham, saying, look, there's interference.
You know, as a batter, you have a responsibility to let that catcher throw through, and if your momentum takes you sort of in the line, he's got an argument. A lot of times you'll see that call made.
Yep.
It's always kind of a borderline call, but Dersham knew it. He came up throwing. You make contact with that batter as he's kind of coming into your field of vision. A lot of times you'll get that, but I think that Czech, the veteran ump, is aware probably not the way you want to end a game of this caliber on sort of a technicality.
Yep. So 2 outs. Here's another look at it. Yeah. So here we go. Runner at second, 2 outs. Rodriguez the batter, and that one's taken upstairs. It's all on the freshman Cruz Rodriguez, who does have a single today. Tying run in scoring position, and Jackson Hafner. 2 outs in the 7th. 8-game unbeaten streak on the line for Brother Rice. There's a fister that's going to go just foul beyond Bob Riker, who didn't budge a centimeter.
You've been doing this 30, 35 years. You're aware of when the ball's coming at you and it's going to miss you by a foot or two. And
you talk about the old bull and the young bull. Riker's that old bull. He knew where that thing was going. 2-2, 2 outs. There goes the runner to third. Swing and a miss, and the ball game's over. The Eaglets win. 1 run in the 7th, and Crichton closes it out with a strikeout to end the game.
Unbelievable effort by Crichton out of the pen. Piggybacks off the very nice start from Abella, and a wonderful start here to the doubleheader from St. Mary's, grabbing a tight one, 2-1.
Highlights, G of the game, and more right after this. Love Peace and Threads Design Bar, a unique new fashion experience in downtown Milford. Get ready to elevate your style by stepping foot in their design shop. Love Peace and Threads Design Bar offers specialized collections of custom apparel. They've got custom denim jackets and sweatshirts to dresses and hats, and they've got a variety of options to choose from. Whether you're looking for a one-of-a-kind piece or you want to set a new fashion trend, their store has got you covered with endless customization options. But that's not all. Their design bar is also the perfect place for a fun and creative night out. And you can do a celebration, book a party, and bring the full experience. Gather your family or friends and design your own custom jacket, complete with patches and your own personal touches, and unleash your imagination and create something truly special with their hands-on design experience. Love Peace Threads Design Bar is more than just a store. It's a place where fashion meets creativity and community. The end.
If you are looking for a life-changing workout experience, look no further than Pure Barre Novi. We are proud to help you achieve your fitness goals while joining a vibrant, supportive community that is over 300 women strong. Our classes are designed to strengthen and tone your entire body, and our teachers can help provide modifications for any fitness level. Find out more right now by calling 248-596-0002, visiting our website, following us on social media, or by coming to our studio right on Grand River Avenue in Novi. We can't wait to see you and help you achieve your fitness goals.
Parents Changing Spaces is a locally owned, free senior living referral and placement service. They help families who have loved ones that can no longer independently care for themselves find a place to live. They work with families across Southeast Michigan to find all types of senior housing, including assisted living, memory care, and residential care homes. In addition, if your loved one is in need of some assistance, but not yet ready to make a move, they can provide guidance and resources for in-care home givers, physical and occupational therapy, transportation, and much more. Parents Changing Spaces service is complimentary and of no charge to you. Give them a call today, 844-772-7368, to learn how they can help your family.
Time for our G of the game. An easy selection for the Eaglets. 3 for 3, a walk and an RBI. Hudson Bristevich joins us. Congratulations on G of the game and also on the win today. It wasn't ever easy against your rival. Nobody said it would be.
Never is. Never is. It's always fun playing against these guys. Always competitive. Gets a little chirpy sometimes. Always good fun playing our rivals. Always goes back and forth. But they've gotten the best of us earlier in the year, and now we're just trying to get back and get 2.
And now you have to turn around and pitch. And for you, that's fun, right? Now you get to go on the mound as a starter for game 2. Talk about the mentality and how the shift for you starts to happen now that you're going to start this game on the mound.
It's just a more like locked-in focus. This is also my last year probably pitching on the mound, so it's always fun to get out there, and it's always been fun. I like going out there, competing, and throwing strikes. So that's just the mentality: is compete and just throw strikes.
What's the energy like for this team right now? You guys have won 6 in a row, and it seems like baseball is just starting to become much easier for you guys.
It's been fun. The weather's been a little iffy and on and off, but it's been fun baseball. It's always fun coming out and competing. Even, I mean, losing sucks, but it's always fun to come out here and play baseball, even in weather like this. But it's been a fun last 6 games because winning is fun.
There he is, Hudson Bristevich, our G of the game. Thanks, man. Good luck with game 2.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, back with more. Coming back with highlights, stats, and much more from game 1. The Eaglets win it 2-1.
Look, everybody wanna go and talk. At the same time, gotta walk it. Better yet, run, go, hit a lick, divvy up with my homies, and we do it all again. Whenever we get it, there's no hesitation.
Love, Peace, and Threads Design Bar, a unique new fashion experience in downtown Milford. Get ready to elevate your style by stepping foot in their design shop. Love, Peace, and Threads Design Bar offers specialized collections of custom apparel. They've got custom denim jackets and sweatshirts to dresses and hats, and they've got a variety of options to choose from. Whether you're looking for a one-of-a-kind piece or you want to set a new fashion trend, their store has got you covered with endless customization options. But that's not all. Their design bar is also the perfect place for a fun and creative night out. And you can do a celebration, book a party, and bring the full experience. Gather your family or friends and design your own custom jacket, complete with patches and your own personal touches, and unleash your imagination and create something truly special with their hands-on design experience. Love Peace Threads Design Bar is more than just a store. It's a place where fashion meets creativity and community. The end.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
Well, it was a game that saw a lot of zeros, as we expected in this pitcher's duel. But it was Brother Rice that would break it open, and it would help with doubles like that. And this was a battle between Abella, the lefty for the Eaglets, against Cole Duhame, Joey. And, well, it was all about the arms early, but things started to shift later in this game.
Yeah, I think anytime there's in any sport where points or runs are hard to come by, it makes it exciting. A lot of drama in that game. We saw performances all over the place from the guys you'd expect. We saw excellence from Duhame on the mound, Brustevich at the plate, Katke with 2 doubles. So all the stars came out, and what do you know? The biggest rally of the game and the game-winning run started with a strikeout and good hustle from Preston Duff to reach base.
That's right. Brother Rice would strike first with 1 in the 4th. Eaglets would come back in the 5th. That was the sac fly in the 4th that scored the run. And then the Eaglets would come right back in the top half of the 5th, and they would get themselves an opportunity after that Preston bunt, and then this ground out scored the run to tie it at 1. Let's go ahead to do Heyman between, who was doing work on the mound. Eaglets had to pitch around some extra base hits from Kaki in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Katke did his job, and they just kind of weren't getting that production like they usually do from the likes of Hafner and Stanton. We saw Cruz Rodriguez in a big spot late. He had a hit early in the game, but, nice job on the pitching duo of Abella and Crichton, able to shut down a prolific Brother Rice offense, keep them to just 1 run, albeit on a pretty tough day to hit.
You bet. Eaglets would get their run in the top half on the Brustevich single that moved things up, reached third on the pass ball, and then the Eaglets would hold on with the Crichton punch out, and an emotional Luke Crichton, a guy that doesn't always get that animated, and rivalries will kind of bring that out of you. He saves this game for St. Mary's, and he gets the win.
Yeah, we kind of heard Brustevich allude to that in the the game interview, that both teams chirping a little bit. They're rivals. They like that type of spirited competition. And Crichton, obviously, after that last strikeout with big emotion. And we can't forget the play by Derek Conrad, a huge play to start that inning on defense. He's been a star on that side of the ball throughout the year.
2-1, St. Mary's wins it. And there's one more on a separate link. We'll have it for you. Game 2 coming up next. Thanks for watching Game 1. We're the prep. For my partner, Joey Yashinsky, my name's Chad Bush. Your executive producer, Evan Westfall. We're back in a moment with more baseball. Thanks for watching. So long, everybody.
lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McKinley scores! Game 2 of this doubleheader between these two prize programs in the Catholic League is upon us. Brother Rice has taken the field. Brother Rice's 8-game undefeated streak came to an end. St. Mary's wins game 1 2-1. Brother Rice will look to bounce back. And they'll look to bounce back with a big fella on the mound. This kid's got a presence about him. It's the 6'5", 250-pound right-hander on the hill. And tell us about Preston.
Yeah, a lot to like about Grady Preston. Obviously an imposing figure, especially once he stands on top of the mound. But backing up to Hain is the number 2 guy here for Brother Rice. And, you know, he'll get a lot of looks in the coming years from D1. Right now he's a junior, but a big fastball, really nice curve, and, you know, brings that fastball up in the zone. So we'll see if St. Mary's can kind of catch up to that. But obviously a different look here from the right side after facing Duhame for the better part of the full game last time out. And we'll see if St. Mary's can capitalize. A huge opener to get that first win. And stage is set here for a big one in number 2.
There you see the starting lineup. It's the exact same for St. Mary's as in game 1. A couple positions changed, but the players did not. This guy, 3 hits and a walk. Hudson Brustevich with an RBI in game 1. And his second pitch is fouled off. Grady Preston on the mound, and the Eaglets leadoff hitter Hudson Brustevich, committed to Notre Dame, is in the box.
Yeah, what an outstanding performance from Brustevich at the top of the order in the first game.
Batting .462 coming into competition. This one is lifted foul and headed for the Van Conway Fieldhouse. Both teams with really similar lineups for game 2 as they had in game 1. The only change either way is for Brother Rice in the 8th spot, and we'll get to that in a little bit. Jonathan Henry will replace Anthony Flores in left. Here comes the 1-2. And that one got away from the big fella. Grady Preston, the junior. It's a deep pitching rotation and roster, and this is not a guy that saw a lot of innings last year, but he has had a bust-out offseason. He's got that body worked out a little bit differently, Joey, and he's worked very hard to be that number 2 starter for Brother Rice behind Cole Duhame.
Yeah, and it's a guy they're going to need. Obviously, Duhame is going to be the one that pitches in big spots, but you can't just ride one guy through the state tournament. So Grady Preston's going to have some pressure as that number 2. And we see Brustevich really picking up right where he left off in game 1. Been literally an impossible out here today.
Man. Preston against Brustevich. There's a chopper right side, and that's through the hole. 4th hit of the day for Brustevich, who some think might be the top player in the state of Michigan in the senior class. And he's in some kind of groove right now as he hands his equipment over to first base coach Peter Varon.
You know, sometimes in basketball you feel like you're in the zone. Anything you shoot is going to go in. The bucket's looking big. Same way here for Brustevich. Any ball that he hits is finding grass. Huge offensive day, especially atop the order.
Here's Luke Crichton, who had the game-winning RBI and a ground out in the top of the 7th to give St. Mary's the go-ahead run and give them a 2-1 lead that they would hold on, thanks to Crichton coming on to close out the 7th. Swing and a miss. The big fella gets a K. Strikeout number 1 for Grady Preston.
Yeah, I mean, as Bill Breicher told us, likes to go up in the zone, lives up in the zone, and the high heater, Crichton can't catch up, so probably not a guy that you want to get behind in the count on if he's got that, you know, low 90s fastball working.
So that'll bring up Drew Tribal, who was intentionally walked twice in game number 1. He did ground into a double play and walk. twice, as we mentioned, and grounded out.
I think you were just, singing his praises, running through that stat line from the last week so much that Riker figured we're just not going to mess with it. We're going to take Chad's word for it. We're going to put him on.
Oh, it was all my fault for the intentional walks.
Once so quickly that I don't think either of us were even aware he got put down there.
No, it was quick.
They don't throw the pitches anymore, so you really have to be on your P's and Q's. You see a ground out to first, and suddenly there's still a man at first. It's kind of a trip.
Joe Conway is on his P's and Q's for once, finally, and he's been rewarded home plate umpire today in Game 2. Bob Check is on as the field umpire in Game 2. There's an off-speed pitch that Grady Preston thought was a strike. Here's another look at it.
Yeah, I think a nice take there from Tribal. You see that he's locked in pretty good on the strike zone. Been hot over the last week plus. A big full count pitch. Nice opportunity here for St. Mary's. Try and get the jump early.
444 average, second best on the team, 4 home runs to lead the team, and 23 runs driven in to lead the team as well. The Eaglets' top hitter in so many categories, Drew Tribal. Michigan State Spartan is in his future. There goes the runner. Preston deals. That one is dealt to left, hit firm, but right at Henry. And Jonathan Henry, the freshman, is tested right away with a solid liner that he stayed with for out number 2, rather.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. You get put in the game, you're in a new position, and the ball will find you quickly. But Henry up to the task there. A nice play, ranging to his right. A little bit tricky with the English off the bat of a left-handed hitter, but he's up to the task. We'll see if they want to keep running Brustevich. He had a good jump on that last pitch.
There's a line shot to center field. That is caught in center field. Nishoff came in, dove on that natural grass, and somehow came up with it, Joey.
Nishoff really been a star today, utilizing that speed. Risky play. You don't make that. Brustevich probably scoring. You never know, maybe even inside the Parker, but a web gem there from Maxim Nishoff in center field.
Look, everybody wanna go and talk. At the same time, gotta walk it. Better yet, run, go, hit a lick, divvy up with my homies, and we do it all again. Whenever we get it, there's no hesitation.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McKinley scores!
There's Sack. That's Brian Sikowski, the director of recruiting for University of Virginia. He's a former commentator on the Prep. See, Joey, you could also be a director of a Power 4 program at some point. Good to see Sack back in the house. He is here to see Broder Katke. Don't let him fool you. He's here to see Katke keep him a who and maybe find some others up here. Or excuse me, I'm sorry, Cole Duhame. Apologize. Sorry about that.
Katke has switched once, so you
maybe
never,
he is here to get
till he
Katke.
sets foot in Nashville, you never know.
A Freudian slip, perhaps. Nishoff will lead off. Katke, the aforementioned, will bat second and do the catching. Turner is at short, batting third. Hafner is at third, batting cleanup. Stanton is back at first, batting fifth. Rodriguez batting sixth, doing the DH. Byer is in right field after a big game one. And the rookie, Jonathan Henry, is in left field. Chase, the freshman, is at second base. And this young Brother Rice team. And it's a really potent offense. They'll try to get some work under Hudson Brustevich, the right-hander, committed to Notre Dame to be a hitter, not a pitcher. But, Joey, he takes his pitching he's very prideful in his pitching and takes it serious.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously got a very live arm. He's a great shortstop, but does his work on the mound as well. And in between games, talking to him, and he let you know, he loves to pitch. It's obviously not something he's probably going to do going forward, so he wants to kind of relish these last few opportunities to take the mound as a high schooler.
He'll face Nishoff, who's a switch hitter, and he pops him up left side. Zach Essig won't have to move much. And the Lakes area native corrals for out number 1. And that'll bring up Broder Kaki.
Yeah, really one of the better defensive plays that we saw to close out the top of the first from Nishov, a sinking line drive that, you know, you don't make that play. It's kind of a do or die play. You're going to give up a run, potentially 2, but excellent concentration on the dive and a big-time defensive play.
Part of the confusion on Kaki was that Brian Sikowski originally went to Duke, and Kaki was committed to Duke. So he once was connected with Sikowski as an 8th grader.
Yeah.
When Kaki was at Country Day. And so things have changed. But Kaki firmly committed to the Commodores of Vanderbilt. I wasn't trying to start anything there.
Recruiting war.
Yeah, my goodness, I don't need that. Swing and a miss. Kaki's down. And Huddy with a stare into the dugout and a strut behind the mound.
Yeah, Brustevich gets Kaki on 2 quick pitches after Kaki obviously was lasering the ball all over the diamond in game 1. Nice quick 2 outs for Hudson Brustevich. We see his stats there on the year. Nice 17 strikeouts in just 11 innings at work.
Yes, sir. That'll bring up the future Bronco and Tristan Turner. Good to see his mother in between games, Tiffany. His brother Owen, who is at Yale, took a fastball to the face at 94 miles an hour last week. That doesn't tickle. Strike 3 called. Out on strikes. Owen is okay. Jaw wired shut. And he says, Mom, I got activated today. She says, what? I'm ready. Strikeout. Here come the Eaglets in the second. No score.
The store is set up. He's got the order, and he's off. It's a full court press. These brands are knocking it out of the park. This, my friends, is the speed we've come to expect from this team. Just look at the precision of that move. And it's out of here.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McKinley scores!
Well, the Warriors defensively look like this. And again, exact same as game 1 if you were with us then. The only difference is in left field. They've called up Jonathan Henry, the freshman. Bob Riker says, you know, we kind of treat our system like a minor league system now. And there's a couple positions we're still trying to figure out. Really only 4 everyday spots that are figured out. And there's a lot of opportunities for guys. He says we need a DH, we need a left fielder. And he says we're looking all the time down at our young guys. They brought a guy up, a freshman, to play today in left field in Jonathan Henry. We've seen Trevor Chase. We've seen Freddie Beyer get moved down. Anthony Flores is already back to the 9th grade bus taking a shower. I mean, he's shuttling these guys up and down, you know, like it's Toledo to Detroit.
Yeah, and, you know, you really like to hear some of the ways that they're doing things. He says when they practice, they have everybody from freshmen up to the guys playing D1. They're all taking ground balls together, so really trying to build continuity throughout the Warrior program.
There's a tapper softly hit. Chase is going to have to hurry, and he does, and he got him in time. Out is Zach Essig on the ground out to second on the fine play by the aforementioned freshman, Mr. Chase.
Yeah, Trevor Chase been active over there at second, been up to the task throughout the day. Like you say, Riker kind of touched on, you know, he's got his mainstays with Katke and Nishov and Turner and Duham, and beyond that, kind of like, let's see who's playing well, who's feeling good, play a hunch here and there, and you know, by the time you get to the Catholic League tournament, the state tournament, he'll have a better feel for what kind of lineup he wants to see on the field.
There's a shot high and deep to left, way back, and that's off the wall. Rounding first headed to second is Nate Bowman, and he's got a one-out double off of Preston.
Yeah, big-time swing there from Bauman. I mean, not something that we've seen of late, but we've heard from DePonio that, you watch him in batting practice, he's putting balls way over the fence, so we know that the pop and the power is there from Bauman. Big-time double into the gap.
Big-time performer last year for this club that made it to East Lansing and to the semifinals before falling to Forest Hills Eastern. Now then, there's a ground ball by Dersham. It's a base hit. Rounding third, headed home is Bowman. The throw to the plate is wide. And taking second base is Dersham. He's in safely. So Dersham with a hit, his third of the day. And St. Mary's has taken a 1-0 lead, and a couple of players are down. But let's look at this highlight.
Yeah, nice at bat there from Dersham. He's swung a hot stick today. Easy RBI, probably a little bit ill-advised there. There's absolutely no play at the plate there. That throw's probably got to come right to second base, and the errant throw gets a free base for Dersham.
Yeah, collision, and Dersham is the starting catcher. They're already down their backup catcher. They do not have a backup catcher in Shubnell. They do have a guy that can catch, and a guy they will use to catch if they need to. And the backup today, Lawson Mishler. So, but the Eaglets are thin. Hammonds is back on to run for the catcher Dersham. Runner at second, 1 run in, 1-0 St. Mary's. Off speed upstairs, says Joe Conway. The pride of Grosse Pointe.
Yeah, you really see the confidence that St. Mary's, they've obviously played well the last couple of weeks, and they've brought that into Stevens Complex here today.
Schilp swings and misses. He's behind or level now with a count, 2-2. Runner at second is Hammonds with good speed. They're deep in left with Nishoff. And now Schilp Joe calls time.
Good heads-up base running by Dersham on his base hit. He sees that ball kind of trailing off down the first baseline, gets to second.
That one is rifled down the right side. Man, that dugout comes quick, huh? Duff dancing around it.
If you're watching a baseball game, really, at any level, and you're near home plate, just put your phone in your pocket and be aware of the proceedings.
Yes, sir.
Unless you're in a cozy press box, then you can feel a little safer.
Big 6'5", Preston Deals, pitches low, throwback to second, not in time. Khaki showing off that rifle that is illegal in several states. Just a nice, easy throw back, and Hammonds able to scamper.
He's confident, too. I mean, even when there's not that much of a lead, he's willing to try and gun you down.
Preston, who's really stepped it up this year, more of a pitcher than a thrower. That one's looped to right center. Coming in as Nishoff makes the catch. And with 2 outs, they'll stay put at second with the base runner, Hammonds. 2 outs.
Well, you really see the ground that Nishoff covers. I mean, that's a right-handed hitter hitting the ball into right center. You'd think maybe an opportunity for one to drop in, but gets a very good read off the bat. Nice range and puts that speed to good use in center.
It's been a busy past several days for Brother Rice. They played 2 against De La Salle on Saturday, 2 against them on Monday as well. And that is a ball that Khaki couldn't pick up. And give credit to Hammonds, the junior, for jumping on it and getting down to third base.
Yeah,
Got a look.
I think if Khaki picks that one up, it might be a different story, but, it's always good. Put pressure on. You're the pinch runner. Make something happen. And a nice opportunity here for Duff, who's already got a couple hits on the day.
Grounds one to short. Backhanded by Turner. Long throw to first. And a great scoop by Stanton to save a run. Out at first on the speedy Preston Duff.
And a dandy of a play going to the hole by Turner, but gives Stanton the star.
Look, everybody wanna go and talk. At the same time, gotta walk it. Better yet, run, go, hit a lick, divvy up with my homies, and we do it all again. Whenever we get it, there's no hesitation.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McKinley scores!
Here's the defense for the Eaglets, who come into this ball game now with a record of 13-5, 11-4 in the Catholic League. Looking up at the team across from them in orange and black, who are 11-2 now. The Eaglets, well, it's the same field you saw in game one with Dersham behind home plate. Conrad at first, Shilp at second, Crichton now at short. As Brustevich has gone to the mound, Tribal still at third, Essig in left, Duff in center, and Bauman in right. For the Eaglets, the number 2 ranked team in Division II. Against Brother Rice, it's been ranked 1 or 2 in Division I. And this is a battle of the blue bloods of baseball in the state of Michigan. And Game 1 lived up to everything we expected it to be. Game 2 just getting underway. Joey, 1-0 St. Mary's. What can you tell us about this game so far?
Yeah, I mean, we just see the air of confidence that St. Mary's is playing. They have a collective belief that they're going to win games, which they've been doing quite a bit as of late, and you have to feel super confident after taking down a Brother Rice team in the opener. And I think they're greedy here. They get off to an early lead. They'd love to get the sweep.
It was a quick first inning for Hudson Brustevich, Joey.
Yeah. 6 pitches, as we're told by Pat the Stat, and look to get off to a good start here, and with another strikeout for Brustevich.
His 3rd strikeout and his 4th batter faced. And look, Nick DePonio said there's one guy that you want to have the ball with your fate, or one guy to be at the plate with your fate determined. It's Hudson Brustevich. He says, he's not our best pitcher, but you give this guy the ball, you feel like you're going to win somehow, some way.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from Coach Rogowski from Catholic Central, and he pretty definitively declared Brustevich as the best player in the state. So that's high praise from a reputable source, and he's lived up to the billing today.
Yep, ground ball up the middle, and this is going to be a base hit. Seeing-eye single for Stanton, a guy that collects his 32nd hit of the year and the first hit of the day against Brustevich.
Yeah, use that hot Brother Rice turf there. It's wet out there, but that ball scooted through. Sometimes you need something like that to get through for an offense that's been a little bit dormant throughout the day. Obviously, balls aren't really sailing out today, but you got to make something happen.
Rodriguez had a single in game 1, has played a solid left field. This is a promising young player, which is a continuous theme when you talk about Brother Rice baseball. All the youth, all the young players. There's only 6 seniors on the team, and quite frankly, 4 that regularly play, 3 or 4. So, I mean, this is a young movement. Brother Rice not going anywhere anytime soon. Baseball, the future's bright.
Yeah, I think it caught both of us by surprise when Bob Riker said, we've had 32 players play multiple innings for us this year. That sounds like kind of a shocking number. You'd expect, have you played 15 guys, 20 guys, 32?
Yeah.
Really goes to show you they have a lot of talent, but they are trying to figure out kind of who goes where beyond those 4 or 5 guys that we know for certain.
Yeah, for sure. Stanton back to first, not a stolen base threat, just 1 stolen base on the year. Swing and a miss. Another strikeout. 5 strikeouts for Brustevich early in this game.
Yeah, Brustevich just blowing him away. That ball kind of up and out of the zone. Tough to catch up with that. But the toughest out thus far today for Brother Rice has been the man at the plate now, Freddie Beyer.
Beyer has had a big one, a couple of doubles in game one. Fab Five Freddie has had a great year. His senior campaign, we talked about not many he's one of them that has done his part. Led by example. He says when you talk about leaders, Broder Kaki is definitively our leader. He is a leader, and he's not afraid to tell guys, look, this is how you need to do it. And that's a rarity these days. A pitch that gets beyond Dersham, and that might have crossed him up a bit. Runner will advance down to second in Stanton, and that represents the tying run here early in this game in the second inning with 2 outs.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Katke and also credit to Dersham. I mean, this has not been a pleasant day for baseball. It's been steadily raining for the better part of 3 hours. Both guys catching both ends of the twin bill.
Strike 3 called. Hudson Brustevich is on tilt. 5 Ks in this game. Another one here. We're still early. It's game 2. Come on back.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McKinley scores!
And it's going to be a challenge for us. I mean, they're a really talented football team. I think everybody knows that.
4 wide receivers. Pressure, steps up. Marshall wants to run again. Cuts down the middle of the field. All alone. Touchdown! Warriors! What a cut.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McKinley scores!
Oakland knockdown shooters want to shoot like a pro? Oakland knockdown shooters is your answer. Led by a former Division I player with over 15 years of coaching experience, we help middle and high school athletes build elite shooting and dribbling fundamentals. And here's the difference. They use cutting-edge NOAA basketball technology to track every single shot using real-time analytics. Improve your arc, your accuracy, and your consistency one shot at a time. And if you're serious about taking your game to the next level, elevate your game today with Oakland knockdown shooters. Get in touch, reach out, get that shot right. And if it's a tribal shoot in the basketball, you better listen. Pitch is taken upstairs. This is the top of the lineup, and Hudson Brustevich, who's hotter than a firecracker on the 4th of July, is back up there.
Yeah, is it possible to get Hudson Brustevich out today? To the answer to this point has been no.
Pitch is low. Joe Conway forgot he had Broder Kaki behind him. Moved out of in front of him. He moved out of the way. Huddy with 3 home runs and 1,350 RBIs.
Nice. I mean, he's having a big year, but I'd pump the brakes on that one.
Yes. Huddy gets on base. He has been on base every time he has come up today. And 3 for 3 in game 1 with a walk, and now 1 for 1 with a walk in this game. Here's Luke Crichton looking to get on track offensively.
You know, it's funny, before the game, looking at the stats of the team, and I saw for on-base percentage for Brustevich, we'll see here what he's going, foul back, but it said, I think, 0.6, which says, you know, 600. He's getting on base 6 out of 10 times, and I thought to myself, is that right? Is this inflated? But sure enough, he's been up 6 times today. He's been on every time.
Every time.
I guess
that's the average.
I guess it's on me for not believing what I was seeing right in front of me.
Oh, man.
The numbers seem too good, but they're not. He's that elite.
Seeing is believing. We've seen it today. On a chilly 50-degree, light drizzling Wednesday. As we get into the month of May this weekend, Friday to be exact, and we'll have regatta coverage Saturday, no baseball coverage, but look, we're getting into May, and that means it's closing time in high school baseball. There's a ground ball to short, could be two. Off the chest of Turner, he is not going to have time to get him at second. So safe is Brustevich, who runs well, and it'll be an error on the second baseman, or excuse me, the shortstop, Tristan Turner.
Uncharacteristic from Turner, maybe thinking potentially a hair ahead of his body movement, wanting to get two, but I think also a ton of credit to Brustevich. You know, a lot of base runners, you see that hard hit ball to short. Maybe you're not going full out. You're assuming you're clearly going to be out by 20 feet. He really never broke stride and was able to get in there.
Here's Drew Tribal as Drew fists one to left field. This one is going to drop for a base hit. They had to wait at second base to Brustevich, but there was nobody covering at third, so it didn't matter. And now the bases are loaded with nobody out here for the Eaglets in the top of the third.
Yeah, an interesting play there. I mean, obviously kind of a tough spot for the base runners, but as far as the defenders, if you're playing third base there, okay, the left fielder's coming in, the shortstop's going out, your job is still to be at home because there's a good chance if that guy was holding at second, you could still get the force at third, but nobody was there.
Yep. Big cut and a miss for Derek Conrad. Conrad grounded out a couple of times and struck out in game one. He's looking for his first hit today. He's had a lot of hits this year, batting .430. Outside, bases full of Eaglets. Brustevich at third, Crichton at second, Tribal at first. Nobody out. 1-0 Eaglets. And the senior, Derek Conrad, will have to wait.
This has kind of been a spot throughout the day for both teams. They just haven't been able to get that, you know, two-run double or something bigger than that. And so a huge opportunity for St. Mary's here.
There's a tapper right back to the pitcher. They'll go home for one, throw to first, and it's a Warrior double play. Grady Preston had it come right back to him, handled it smoothly, and it's two for the price of one. Eaglets are erased.
Yeah, really nice defensive composure there from Brady Preston. Takes his time. He knows they have not great wheels at the plate. Good job by Katkey on the relay. And just what the doctor ordered, a twin killing for Brother Rice when they needed it most.
So runners at second and third still. And that'll bring up Zach Essig. Essig had a hit in game one, batting .333. Cut and a miss, and Grady Preston is one strike away from getting out of this inning that had bases loaded and nobody out. Essig, the senior, committed to Central Michigan, trying to fire it up here. Popped him up. Center field, fairly deep, but playable for Nishov, and the inning is over. How about the comeback for Grady Preston? After he was down and out, Joey gets out of the jam.
Yeah, some big defensive momentum will come here for Brother Rice. Haven't been able to do much on offense. Maybe they pick up some steam now after a big save here on defense, getting out scoreless.
Look, everybody wanna go and talk. At the same time, gotta walk it. Better yet, run, go, hit a lick, divvy up with my homies, and we do it all again. Whenever we get it, there's no hesitation.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss.
McKinley scores!
It's a long, deep list of baseball talent developed, trained, and graduated right here from Brother Rice. DJ LeMahieu leads that pack, the 15-year pro, on the cusp of maybe his final years, free agent right now. But look at all those Division I kids currently playing, and it's a long list from Blake Illich to Braden Dowd, and then the three commits, and Duhame, Katkey, and Turner. the Who's recruiting coordinator in the house to watch his lefty today, Cole Duhame, deal and take a tough loss 2-1. But it's a long, deep list of talent that Brother Rice has had over the years. No different here today.
Yeah, when the typeface for your number of guys in D1 has to get smaller and smaller, it means that you're trying to jam more and more players into the grouping, and really just kind of an amazing pipeline, able to train and coach these players up. They come in with a lot of talent. Bob Riker and the coaching staff kind of takes it from there and brings it up to a college level, and they're kind of littered throughout the country, all sorts of Division I programs.
The Stevens family complex has really been an advantage for Bob Riker and Brother Rice. And they've added a new training rehab facility.
Big weight room, yeah.
Big weight room. And so the facilities here are just second to none for high school baseball. Brustevich back on the bump, and he is behind in the count 3-2. He is facing Henry. This is the freshman, Jonathan Henry. Strike 3 called. Joe Conway said so. The freshman shakes his head, but it's another K for Hudson Brustevich.
Yeah, Brustevich feeling it here. Bottom part of the zone. Henry with a tough take with 2 strikes. Probably thought it was a bit below the kneecap, but the way Brustevich is dealing now, he gets the benefit of the doubt.
Don't say kneecap. I might bite it. Pitch is taken upstairs. This is Trevor Chase, the 9-hitter.
Yeah, Campbell's become synonymous with that body part.
Ground ball right back to Hudson. He'll handle it himself. Flip to first, and there's quickly 2 outs here in the Warrior third.
Really, really amazing start here for Hudson Brustevich. Just 1 base runner through the first 2 2/3. They're handling his position. You know he's able to do that as a shortstop, and we obviously know that he's going to play a position and be a hitter at the collegiate level, but you do see outings like this against the likes of Brother Rice, and you're at least left to wonder, could he do that as well?
Yeah, nice to have a couple pieces to play with. He will join his brother, of course, Parker Brustevich, who was a 3-time state champion and 2-time national champion at Orchard Lake St. Mary's in his 4 years as a starter. There's more Brusteviches coming. They've got a younger brother, younger sister, and he's got a cousin in the NHL. I mean, there's a lot of talent coming through this family, and a good family it is. Pitch is lined to right, hit hard, and past the right fielder Bauman. It was whistled, and Maxim Nishoff is going to run for days, and he's in at third with a triple. A 2-out triple by the speedster, Maxim Nishoff.
Nishoff's really kind of been in the mix of everything today. Obviously made a fabulous defensive play here in the second game, and a line drive over the right fielder's head. Bauman came in on that, made a mistake, and Nishoff made him pay with a 3-bagger. And he took nothing for granted. While that ball off the bat looked like maybe it's going to be caught, he was busting it out of the box. That's why he was able to get 3.
Top speed player in Nishoff, and showing it off there. So it gives a chance for Broder Kaki to bat with a runner at third. Now, what will Brustevich give him with first base open?
Yeah, pretty good opportunity to not give Katke anything too good.
He fools around with a breaking ball that dances outside the zone. Kaki struck out his first time up. Bottom of 3. The light in the sky is also one of the opponents right now. That's a walk to Kaki as predicted. There are no lights here. And so it's typical for a lot of games to only go 5 innings. These teams both know that. And so this game getting long in the tooth, if you're thinking this is a 5-inning game and it's the bottom of the third.
Yes, but a big early run from St. Mary's, which makes this at bat from Turner all the more important. You want to at least try to get things even. That way you're making it up later and finishing. And nice unselfish at bat there from Katke.
Turner having a big year, 21 runs driven in. He had a hit in game 1. He has scored 30 runs, second most on the team. And he has stolen bases also at a high clip. He has 11. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Brustevich will keep Katke honest at first. And the future Commodore says, you know what? I don't want to carry this equipment around anymore.
Not the worst idea to potentially send them, see if they throw through. You have huge wheels at third with Nishoff. We'll see what they do.
Outside corner, there goes Katke, throw to short, and he slides past the bag. Crichton puts down the tag after Katke's slide was a little slick and wet and fast moving. Ends the inning in an obscure way, Joey.
A little bit of a slip and slide out there. You never know when your momentum's going to stop. Katke had it stolen. Things just not breaking right for Brother Rice thus far today.
Parents Changing Spaces is a locally owned, free senior living referral and placement service. They help families who have loved ones that can no longer independently care for themselves find a place to live. They work with families across Southeast Michigan to find all types of senior housing, including assisted living, memory care, and residential care homes. In addition, if your loved one is in need of some assistance but not yet ready to make a move, they can provide guidance and resources for in-care home givers, physical and occupational therapy, transportation, and much more. Parents Changing Spaces service is complimentary and of no charge to you. Give them a call today, 844-772-7368, to learn how they can help your family.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
Chad and Joey back with you from the Stevens Family Complex on a chilly 50-degree day. Is it still raining out there? Yeah, a little bit, maybe. Yeah, no, it's not bad. Okay. Welcome back. He's Joey, I'm Chad, and there is the baseball pipeline. St. Mary's turn. They've got 4 in the minor leagues, and Alex Mooney is sniffing the bigs in Double-A. Ike Irish, 19th overall draft pick, the highest draft pick for St. Mary's in any sport in their school history. And there you see all the Division I talent and the commits on the far right. Both these programs representing well across America at the pro college levels as you look inside the dugout of Brother Rice.
And you got some brains on that list, too. A couple of Ivy Leaguers as well. So,
yeah,
doing it on the field and off.
That was the St. Mary's dugout. Pitches upstairs. This is the Eaglets' number 6 hitter, Nate Bowman, who had a double. And a big double it was earlier in this game. Big Grady Preston back out there, 6'5", 255. And it's a body he's worked very hard to get into this playing shape. It's a fastball that can really run 87 to 91, and it's an old school curve that he uses as a plus pitch, Joey, and we've seen both offerings. He's got good stuff.
Yeah, I think Riker talked about, the sort of the trend today, the sweeper, the cutter, and Preston a little bit more old school in his approach.
As a line shot to left field, that's a base hit. Second base hit of the day for Bauman, a guy that Nick DePonio hinted would start to tick up soon, and he is ticked up in game 2.
Yeah, big hit his first time up as well. Another laser there. That could really kind of extend the St. Mary's lineup if you start to get production from Bauman. You're talking about, really getting some offensive value throughout. We've seen what Duff has done at the bottom as well.
So here's Dersham. He gets down a bunt, and that's past the big fella in no man's land. Nobody will get that one. That's a base hit for Dersham, the sophomore, with a sultry bunt that nobody had a chance to mess with.
Yeah, fabulous bunt there, and that's the good thing. If you do get it down, not only are you going to get the man over, there's a chance if it's in the right place, you've earned your way with a hit. So not something either team has been adept at throughout the day, but used to St. Mary's advantage there.
That'll bring up Joe Schilp in a position you would think, no doubt, he's going to sacrifice bunt. It also doesn't hurt, by the way, to bunt on carpet that's wet.
Yeah, exactly.
That can be fun sometimes.
Yeah.
You talk about that slip and slide.
Yep.
And he will bunt, and he will not get it down on attempt number 1.
Yeah, kind of a funny way that last inning ended. I thought there was a chance they'd send Katke and try and steal one with Nishoff, but that throw went through, and Nishoff didn't move off third. So I guess it was just sort of a straight steal of Katke, but you have your 3-hole hitter up, and I think that's just kind of been representative of the day for Brother Rice, just not quite as sharp as you normally see them.
Hammonds is on to courtesy run for the catcher at first. Nobody out. Bunt again, and Katke lost it going up with it. No harm, no foul. But Schilp stays off it, and the count evens at 2-2. And the mystery continues with St. Mary's. Will they bunt here still?
And as we saw earlier in the day, a foul bunt with 2 strikes, and we're not sure what happens.
We won't know. Nobody knows what's going to happen if he fouls it back.
Yeah, we'll wait and see.
Stanton is sneaking in at first. Schilp squares the bunt. He fouls it back again. And he is not out. Okay, cool.
Maybe we're learning something new. Maybe potentially in the 1-1 count, maybe you're given a free look at a bunt with 2 strikes, potentially.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's never too late to continue learning things about baseball in all forms, you know.
That's right. 2-2 count. Runner at first is Hammonds. Runner at second is Bowman. And that one's upstairs as Grady Preston, the junior hurler and Husky at that, throws a fireball too tall.
Yeah, a couple more runs here really could be huge for the Eaglets. As you mentioned, Chad, darkness going to start to play a factor as well. So if you can get up multiple runs, going to be a big uphill climb for the Warriors, probably with just a couple innings, 2 or 3 innings left.
Grady sets and deals, and that hits him on the elbow, or no, it got him on the bat. We'll get another look at that, but tough to tell from our angle, but no debate anywhere.
I praise the honesty. If he sells that, I wonder if he doesn't get sent down to first base, but he wants to earn his way on in a respectful way.
That's it. Full count, 2 men on, nobody out. Preston pitch, fouled back, and this is a good battle that we're seeing between the number 8 hitter Schilp for St. Mary's and the starter Grady Preston.
Yeah, neither one wanting to give an inch. We've kind of seen this throughout the day from St. Mary's, extending at bats, making things happen, and nice job here from Schilp. Even if he doesn't get on, he's made Preston kind of work hard for just a single out here.
Pitch outside the zone. Schilp draws a walk and a magnificent at bat. So that'll load him up with nobody out. And that'll bring up the speedy number 9 hitter, Preston Duff, who had 2 hits in game number 1.
And he did have a magnificent bunt that kind of just trailed all the way down that third baseline, probably in an unorthodox spot to do it here with the bases loaded, so you'd have a force everywhere, but not the craziest thing with the way that St. Mary's has operated.
Inside nearly nipped him. Yeah, and you have Bauman at third who runs very well, and Hammonds at second who runs well, so you got a recipe for perhaps a safety squeeze here. Not this time, and that'll move the count to 2 and make it 3-1 rather. And Preston, who's about to deal his 50th pitch, is on the verge of walking in the Eaglets' second run.
And you kind of see the effect that Schilp at bat, maybe it kind of bled a little bit into the battle here against Duff.
Duff swings and pops it softly to short. Crane with a catch, throw back to first, and it gets beyond the first baseman. Bauman's going to come in and score. Harmona coming around third, he'll hold. And down to second, so a throwing error gets the Eaglets their second run. And here's another look. After Duff gets the soft liner, Tristan goes for the double play, and Joey That one cost him.
Yeah, it cost him, and we saw the kind of a similar play in the first inning with Nishoff sort of throwing the ball in, trying to get the man at home on a play where there was no play, and sort of think the same thing there. I mean, you want to make a play, you want to try and get to. I'm not sure they had any chance of getting the runner at first, and it leads to bases everywhere.
There is some concern at second base with on that slide back
into
Shilp,
first, yeah.
Yeah, Shilp looks like he's a little dinged up. We'll see what happened here.
Bell rung. So we'll see. I don't necessarily know if there was a play here. I mean, it's close, but I think he's in.
He took the knee of Stanton, it looks like.
Maybe to the upper body or head area.
Yes.
Anytime you slide head first and a fielder is there kind of in that block type position, it can get a little bit tricky.
So 1 out, and that'll take us to the top of the lineup with Hudson Brustevich, who has yet to get out today. And he's got runners at second and third. And he fouls it back. It's Shilp at second. It's Hammonds at third.
And you'd probably think, in that spot, you'd just put him on, but I guess they're going to roll the dice and see if you can beat me 7 straight times. So
yeah.
And Preston did get ahead in the count here, so we'll see if he can kind of put Brustevich away for the first time today.
Bob Riker and Kyle Galley have brought the infield in. That one is fisted back, headed for Joey Yashinsky. You can thank the net later.
I think then there's a net, there's a window. I was still moving out of the way like it was.
Pat the Stat had your back.
Yeah, I think Pat was ready.
He wasn't going to let that dome get crushed. Come on, man. So 1-2 count, a run in, top of the fourth. Brustevich looking to blow it open, and he does with a base hit to center. Into score comes Hammonds. They'll hold Shilp at third. It's 3-0 St. Mary's on Brustevich's 5th hit of the day. He has yet to get out in either contest.
No, it's been the Hudson Brustevich show. I mean, what did he tell us leaving the press box area after G of the game, game 1? He says, I hope to be back here. And what do you know? He's throwing a shutout. He keeps getting hits. It's really just been a standout performance from number 23 in the black and red today.
He's got a chance. Luke Crichton swinging for the airport runway with that one. And a nice off-speed pitch by Grady Preston.
And we've saw them put Tribal on, so we know they are sort of willing to put guys on. I'm just a little bit surprised second and third one out that they didn't do so there.
This is a Division I prospect in Grady Preston. And you can understand why. When you've got this kind of size to work with and a guy that can throw 3 pitches, I mean, this is a guy that has been the number 2 pitcher for Brother Rice this year, and you can see why.
Yeah, already kind of touching that 92, 93 area on the radar gun, and, he's got the big curve to go with it. And, it's been a tough day out there. Not necessarily the best defensive performance from Brother Rice. They're throwing the ball around a little bit. They're not putting any pressure on offensively, so kind of a tough outing thus far for Preston in some difficult circumstances.
Pitch gets beyond Kaki. Runner will hold at third, but it does give Brustevich a chance to get down to second. It's a full count now with 1 out, but now 2 runners in scoring position for Luke Crichton.
Again, just the way that things aren't sort of clicking for Brother Rice. We see on that line drive, good base running from all the St. Mary's players, all staying close enough, getting back safely. Easily a place you could make a mistake.
Fouled back. U of D leads De La Salle now 4-3 in game 2. De La Salle took game 1, but the Cubs under Jimmy Mancuso are showing some life in game 2 in Detroit. Outside, he walked him, so Crichton will load him up, and that will bring up Drew Tribal with the bases loaded, something he can only dream of.
Yeah, nowhere to put him this time. I mean, throughout that first game, they were giving him that free pass as often as they could, and here, not possible. So Tribal kind of with a chance here to really bust this thing open.
The Michigan State commit with Shilp at third, Brustevich at second, and Crichton at first, and his team up 3-0 with a chance to do something. A 2-home run game last week. One of those was a grand slam.
Foreshadow.
One of them was a 2-run shot. And the other one was a 3-run shot.
That's Gordie Howe hat trick of home runs there.
That's it. Throwing a fight, and you got your day. 1-2 count. Preston to Drew Tribal.
Yeah, Preston looking for that same comebacker that he had last inning with the bases loaded and nobody out. Was able to get a twin killing, 1-2-3, and would obviously very much like the same thing here.
4 home runs on the year to lead the team. 23 runs driven in to lead the team for Drew Tribal. And it's taken low. Load it up.
St. Mary's offense really been disciplined throughout the day, just not swinging at too many balls out of the zone, making both Duhame and Preston work for every inch.
Eaglets trying to get 2 back from Brother Rice. Rice swept St. Mary's to start the year in a doubleheader. The junior at 6'5", 250 has the sign. That one's driven high and deep to center. Way back, and that is off the wall. Into score comes Schilt. Brustevich right behind him, and the Eaglets get a 2-run, 2-out double from Drew Tribal.
That was the hit that kind of both teams have been waiting all day for, something with men on. Huge effort by Tribal all the way to the fence there in left center. That ball kept carrying. The freshman Henry unable to make the play. If we can criticize Luke Crichton for anything, it is just getting 1 base on that and leaving Tribal with just a single, but able to get 2 in a big 5-0 advantage here for the Eaglets.
New pitcher coming up after this. Love Peace and Threads Design Bar, a unique new fashion experience in downtown Milford. Get ready to elevate your style by stepping foot in their design shop. Love Peace and Threads Design Bar offers specialized collections of custom apparel. They've got custom denim jackets and sweatshirts to dresses and hats, and they've got a variety of options to choose from. Whether you're looking for a one-of-a-kind piece or you want to set a new fashion trend, their store has got you covered with endless customization options. But that's not all. Their design bar is also the perfect place for a fun and creative night out. And you can do a celebration, book a party, and bring the full experience. Gather your family or friends and design your own custom jacket, complete with patches and your own personal touches, and unleash your imagination and create something truly special with their hands-on design experience. Love Peace Threads Design Bar is more than just a store. It's a place where fashion meets creativity and community. The end.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
The new pitcher is Jackson Hafner, the sophomore. The day is over for Grady Preston. He is still responsible for the runner at first and second. But Hafner on to try to stop the bleeding here and give Brother Rice a chance to do something with the 2 innings that we probably have left here today.
Yeah, Brother Rice needs to try and get out of this one at 5-0. I mean, a huge climb already at that deficit with Brustevich on the mound. And really the hit that the Eaglets have been looking for all day. They've pushed 1 across here. You get a fielder's choice, get a run in. Finally, a big 2-run hit from Tribal all the way to the wall in left center.
Double steal. Conrad grounds it back to Hafner. Hafner has 1 play. It's to first. And so Hafner 1 pitch, 1 out, and now there's 2 down.
You kind of see the strategy in game 1 when they wanted nothing to do with Tribal, and sure enough, in that spot, you have to face him, and he does extreme damage. So a hot bat from the last week, and it stayed hot here today.
Has it ever. 2 for 3 in this game 2. Essig drills 1 deep to left. Going back, circling, and catching in left field is Nishoff. That retires the side, but not before the Eaglets get 4 in the 4th. They're up 5.
Look, everybody wanna go and talk. At the same time, gotta walk it. Better yet, run, go, hit a lick, divvy up with my homies, and we do it all again. Whenever we get it, there's no hesitation, no.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McKinley scores!
Oakland knockdown shooters. Want to shoot like a pro? Oakland Knockdown Shooters is your answer. Led by a former Division I player with over 15 years of coaching experience, they help middle and high school athletes build elite shooting and dribbling fundamentals. And here's the difference. They use a cutting-edge NOAA basketball technology, and it tracks every single shot using real-time analytics. Improve your arc, accuracy, and consistency one shot at a time. And if you're serious about taking your game to the next level, elevate your game today with Oakland Knockdown Shooters. Go find them. Get the shot right. Brother Rice trying to get right in the bottom of the fourth. They're down 5-0, and they'll try to get the party started with Tristan Turner, their Division I commit shortstop.
That was a long top of the fourth. That was a long time out on defense for Brother Rice. And now everything kind of started downhill when they had first and third, tying run, and Turner up at the plate, and then that kind of botched steal attempt with Katkey down at second, and then give up the big 4 spot.
Turner with a big cut. This is a guy that can really play all over, but can play the outfield, but this guy does a lot of things well, including run and hit and field. He draws a walk here from Bristevich, and that'll give Brother Rice something they need badly, and that's base runners.
Yeah, and especially you want that leadoff guy, and anytime you're trying to put up a crooked number, almost imperative that you get off the inning to a good start, work a walk against Bristevich, which has not been typical thus far today.
So that'll bring up the pitcher, Hafner. This kid has been raking this year, 406 average, 21 runs driven in. He can run as well, 10 stolen bases. This is a sophomore, a guy that played last year regularly as a freshman, as this one is gently dribbled into that St. Mary's dugout, unlike most foul balls today, near that way.
120-mile-an-hour foul balls.
Leadoff man on, bottom of the fourth. Time running out, daylight running out. There goes the runner. It's popped up. They're going to have to send Turner back. Schilp calls for it, makes the catch. 1 out here in the fourth.
Yeah, St. Mary's throughout the day, looks like maybe Brother Rice on the verge of a threat or putting a couple on. They generally have gotten the big out or made a big defensive play, and not easy whatsoever to keep a Brother Rice offense down for the better part of 2 games, but they've been able to do it. So credit to Abella, credit to Crichton, credit to Bristevich.
Coming into this game, Brother Rice had lost just once in 14 league games. Swing and a miss, throw down to second, and it is not in time. Backed up by Crichton. Did you see what he did there? Crichton turned around, looked to center field.
Oh, give him a little okey doke.
A little bit. Just to test.
Some gamesmanship amongst the 2 rivals.
Turner says, I've seen that. I got an older brother, and I've been playing baseball a long time.
Fellow shortstop as well.
That's it. Pitches upstairs. This is Stanton, who's had a wonderful year. 448 for the junior. 9 doubles to lead the team. A couple Jimmy Jacks and 24 ribeyes. And he leads the team in both extra base hits and in runs driven in.
Yeah, people sort of forget, too, one of the best sluggers of the last 10 years at the big league level, Giancarlo Stanton, for the first handful of years of his career, was Mike Stanton.
That's right. Broder Kaki has done a nice job of taking this young man under his wing. And look, it hasn't always been a nice, easy conversation. Being a leader is being honest, right? And Stanton has been told some things by Kaki that Kaki felt he needed to hear. And sometimes when you get that from a fellow player, even if it's an older player, it means
it's
a little
different
more.
than a coach, maybe, something like that.
And that's why Bob Riker just loves Broder Kaki and what he brings to this team. It's not just the skills, it's the leadership. It's unmatched. There's a drive that's going to be caught in left field. Essig had to go back on it, and running and stealing on the play was Turner. He had to go back to second, too. There's 2 outs.
Yeah, smooth play in the outfield there from Essig. Been clean defensively here for the Eaglets. Obviously, Kaki had a lot of great upperclassmen as he was coming up through the program and, you know, learning behind a guy like Owen Turner, and it's nice to see that he's taken that baton and now he's kind of giving those lessons off to the underclassmen as well.
Yeah, that's right. Slider over for a strike, and that's part of Huddy's arsenal that makes him special. He can throw 3 pitches for strikes consistently, and that's one of them. Don't forget, we'll have a regatta on Saturday. Saturday, we got a regatta. The Laddie Cup at Orchard Lake. 4.5 hours of rowing. And it's been a lot of fun. I know, Joey, you're out for that assignment. No offense, please.
I'll be tuned in.
Struck him out. Bristevich really wants a second G of the game hat. He's in the running.
If you are looking for a life-changing workout experience, look no further than Pure Barre Novi. We are proud to help you achieve your fitness goals while joining a vibrant, supportive community that is over 300 women strong. Our classes are designed to strengthen and tone your entire body, and our teachers can help provide modifications for any fitness level. Find out more right now by calling 248-596-0002, visiting our website, following us on social media, or by coming to our studio right on Grand River Avenue in Novi. We can't wait to see you and help you achieve your fitness goals.
Well, this game isn't easy for all the tribals. There's a lot at stake here. You've got 2 Warriors and 2 Eaglets. Adam and Alex were Warriors. Mia and Drew were in our Eaglets. They've all done wonderful things with their academic and scholar athletics. They've all gone to the next level. Adam is on his way as a sophomore, and Drew on his way as a senior. And there you have it. The house divided tonight for Raquel and Matthew. And how cool, though, to have a family that talented and to have all those opportunities to do things at the next level. You got to be real proud if you're Matt and Raquel.
Yeah, you have to imagine those driveway basketball games or backyard football games had to have been very competitive, very well played. And right now it looks like Andrew and Mia kind of getting the best of the afternoon. It's been St. Mary's Day, the tight 2-1 win, and broke it open here up 5-0 on the bat of Tribal with the 2-run single, which for all intents and purposes was an extra base hit. He can give his teammate Crichton a hard time and say, next time will you move up a couple bases when I hit the ball to the wall in left center so I can get a double.
Chopper charged. Stanton fires it across the diamond. Quick work. 1 up, 1 down. The kids didn't lick their talents off the grass. The parents talented as well. Canisius athletes. Matt played at Canisius.
Golden Griffins, something
That's
like
right.
that.
Yeah, look at you.
Yeah.
Buffalo's finest. Next thing you know, you'll tell me you've been on Chippewa Street a few times. There's a chopper to third. Stan says, let me show that gun off again. And he does.
Well, excellent job here from Hafner. I mean, obviously things were getting a little out of hand in the fourth inning, and Hafner's come in, got 2 quick outs to end the fourth, 2 very quick outs here in the fifth. Nice job by the third baseman coming into pitch, shutting things down here.
Can you name the other Division I institution in the fine city of Buffalo?
Besides Buffalo, or a different?
There's 2. You mentioned one.
Buffalo Bulls.
Okay.
Well, it's
I know.
a trick question.
Kind
right?
of, yeah. They're actually in. I think Buffalo is technically not in Buffalo. There's a base hit to left field that's going to drop in, so it really is a trick question.
Sort
You're
of like
wrong.
Oakland and Rochester, that type of thing. Or,
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forget the city it's a part of, but anyhow, I digress. That's a base hit for the Eaglets.
Khalil Mack, I think, came from Buffalo. And
sure.
One of the better players out of the MAC.
Yeah. How about Nate Oates?
Yeah.
Who was a longtime assistant under Bobby Hurley in Buffalo, waited his time. And former Romulus head coach. Of course, on the coaching side. But he really raised himself quickly. Third assistant on a mid-major D1 school to where he's at today.
Yeah, anytime you're going, you're a high school head coach, and then 10 or 12 years later, you're leading an SEC program, and he seems to always be in the conversation. Anytime a big job comes up, his name's sort of always at the top, but he stayed at Alabama. You'd almost expect that he might have went to more of a basketball institution, but he's obviously taken them to some nice success.
It's a town that can rally behind you in Tuscaloosa if you're going to win, and they've done just that under Nate. And he deserves a ton of credit. And so do the Hurleys for hiring him back when he was a nobody, per se. Throw to first, and Duff is out. The inning is over. Here comes Brother Rice for perhaps the final time today, down 5, looking for a fistful of runs. Parents Changing Spaces is a locally owned, free senior living referral and placement service. They help families who have loved ones that can no longer independently care for themselves find a place to live. They work with families across Southeast Michigan to find all types of senior housing, including assisted living, memory care, and residential care homes. In addition, if your loved one is in need of some assistance but not yet ready to make a move, they can provide guidance and resources for in-care home givers, physical and occupational therapy, transportation, and much more. Parents Changing Spaces service is complimentary and of no charge to you. Give them a call today, 844-772-7368, to learn how they can help your family. As we mentioned, we've got coverage of the Laddie Cup. That's right, a rowing regatta on beautiful Orchard Lake. We'll have coverage on Saturday starting at noon, ending around 4:30. And myself, Michael Parker, Chad Abule, we look forward to bringing you coverage along with the great prep production crew on Saturday. Check us out. Now then, 5-0 St. Mary's on top of Brother Rice. Brother Rice is on top of the Catholic League Central Division. But St. Mary's trying to make a move, and if they can get this game, they've got an actual conversation about being in contention to win the Catholic League outright in the regular season. Now, of course, there's a tournament in the Catholic League that will prove another winner, but they want to win it outright regular season. That's a drive to right. That's over the head of Bauman. And that is a blast that's going to get another hit off the bat of Brother Rice's number 18, Freddie Beyer. He has been 2-bag Beyer tonight. That's his 4th double of the day?
Yeah, they've been coming fast and furious. Beyer really been the hottest hitter, almost telling Riker, 7th hitter, maybe put me top 4, top 5, but a great offensive performance, kind of showing the power to all field. Doubled down the left field line earlier. He hit one off Crichton's glove, dead center, and now he goes to right. So Beyer really showing the assortment of skills.
Yes, sir. Here comes the rookie to the dish. Jonathan Henry. Brother Rice needs base runners. Down 5. Pitch is low. Henry, a promising freshman, one of a handful of freshmen that they will play this year. They've also got a strong sophomore class, but they think very highly of number 2, Jonathan Henry, the freshman outfielder.
Yeah, he's made some nice plays in left, looks comfortable out there, ranging in both directions, and been mature at the plate as well. Kind of a tough first pitch strike here in this at-bat that was a little bit out of the zone. We'll see if he can fight back 2-2.
Slider he had no chance on. Brustevich with another biter that dances over for a strike.
Yeah, Brustevich has just been dealing throughout the day. Took that performance from game 1 and really carried it over into game 2. Been a star at the plate, been a star on the mound. A couple outs away from probably giving St. Mary's a darkness abbreviated sweep.
Jonathan Henry says they don't throw those on the JV field.
Yeah, I don't see that in freshman ball.
No, they don't do that in the freshman or JV ball. So, with 1 out and a runner at second, that'll bring up Trevor Chase, the second baseman, another freshman.
Yeah, almost a little unfair. Brustevich breaking in these huge sliders to these, relatively inexperienced underclassmen for Brother Rice, but, no mercy here in this rivalry.
Fouled back. Of course, a missile off to the right side. Peter Varon, who's perhaps the best hitter in Bloomfield Hills and over history, just grabbed that baseball. He was a teammate in college at Oakland with Nick DePonio. Outside corner, it just missed. Joe Conway, the home plate umpire, said so. Bob Check is your field umpire.
I think both umps have done a pretty good job. Haven't heard too much squawking on either side.
Really good crew today.
Pretty good, consistent zone through both games.
I love Bob Check. He's great, but it would have been fun to see Bob Conway as well. Joe's dad, who's they tag team umpire, father son. Yep. But that's nothing. No slight against Bob Check.
Never thought we'd see a father-son alley-oop like we saw recently in a playoff game with LeBron and his son.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know whether or not he should be on the team. You can make whatever argument, but it's still kind of cool to see a father and son connect for a basket in an NBA playoff game.
No doubt. Pat Mish, the former major leaguer with the Twins, is out to have a word with Hudson Brustevich. Brustevich has had a day. It's been a shutout performance to remember against Brother Rice through 4 1/3. What's this conversation about?
Yeah, I think when you're up 5 runs, you surely need to make sure that the opposing team, if they are going to put a rally together, it's on the backs of 4 hits, 5 hits. You can't be offering free passes, especially to the 9-hitter. We see some action down in the pen for St. Mary's.
It's DJ Taylor, the wide receiver and defensive back on Jermaine Gonzalez's football team, in the pen, getting tuned up. Taylor has worked out of the pen and been the closer much of the year.
I think obviously the preference here for St. Mary's, especially with the sky situation the way it is, would be for Brustevich to finish what he started here. But top of the order for the Warriors, they have some life with Nishov and Katke coming up. We'll see if they can kind of break through similar to the way St. Mary's did. They just haven't had that inning today.
De La Salle has come back on U of D, and they now lead 6-4 in Detroit as Rob Hunter lets out a loud groan. Slider is low. The Hunt Man doing double duty today, loading up on graphics and audio. He's got a new board, a new toy down there. He's giddy. Giddier than a 390-pound bench press at Powerhouse Gym in Highland Park. Brustevich deals, strike called on a fringe pitch, and Nishoff didn't love it.
Yeah, I think it's maybe a situational strike. It's a darkness strike, but probably one that for most of the day was outside the zone. 3-1 looks a lot different than 2-2.
Brustevich to deal his 58th pitch of this cool 50-degree night in late April. Not yet. Just kidding. Brustevich has gone 4 1/3. He's given up 3 hits, no runs. He struck out 8 and walked 3. His 3 hits are to Nishoff, Stanton, and Byer.
Yeah, losing a little bit of the command here late. Obviously, you don't want to walk the 9-hitter Chase, and that arguably could have been a walk here to Nishoff. A little bit of a gift strike there on the 2-1 pitch. But a big spot here for Brother Rice. If they could potentially load the bases for Katke, things might get interesting.
Yep. There's a shot to left. It's a base hit for Nishoff. Rounding third, headed home is Byer. The throw to the plate is errant. Into score. Runners advance to second and third, and Brother Rice has cracked the seal in the 5th. It's now 5-1.
Nishoff, another dart into left, and down 5. You're not quite sure of the send. I think it was a wet ball coming in, but I think Riker saw a little bit of his life flash before his eyes as that ball was relayed in, because making it out on the bases in a 5-run game just wouldn't have looked great.
No, sir. So, second and third, and here's Broder Katke. Katke struck out his first time up.
You obviously want to take the run if it's there, but there was a slight bobble and left, but that really could have been disastrous for Brother Rice as they finally get the slightest bit of momentum in their dugout.
The top hitter for Brother Rice, 471 coming in, walked earlier in this game against Brustevich. Got a chance to do something here. Swing at a miss at an off speed from Huddy.
Well, you really have to be excited about the next couple of years. Nishoff, only a sophomore, what he's able to do in center field, at the bat, leadoff spot, stealing bases. A pretty dynamic player for a lot more games here for Bob Riker's team.
Rikers is one of the best catchers we've had here. Of course, Joe Kalzinski played here at catcher, amongst others. It's a tough group to get into. There's a grounder to the third. They're coming home, and the tag is applied out at home. So, runner cut down, 2 outs, and Tribal came home with it. It was the right decision. The tag by Dersham.
Yeah, I can't really blame Chase. I mean, you probably expect that ball to just go to first in a 5-1 game, but I think, credit to Tribal. He kind of saw that it was such an easy play home, and he was going to be out by so much. Might as well take that play, keep a run off the board.
So that'll bring up Tristan Turner. Turner on base last time with a walk. Eaglets with 1 in the second, 4 in the fourth. Brother Rice with their first run here in the 5th. And we don't know how much longer this game will go. There are not lights. It does look pretty bright for having a gloomy day. The crowds have cracked just a bit. Slider that misses. Activity continues in the Eaglet bullpen as DJ Taylor continues to stay hot down there.
Kind of been the story of the afternoon for Brother Rice. We can get a guy on, we can get 2 guys on, we load the bases, just not able to break through with that big hit.
Turner grounds it wide. Well, the week ahead for both these teams. On Saturday, a doubleheader here for Brother Rice. Central Catholic. No, not Catholic Central. Central Catholic out of Toledo. Of course, they got it wrong down in Ohio. They'll be here for Alumni Day on Saturday. 11 a.m. start to that doubleheader. And then next week, it's the other. It's Catholic Central in Novi on Wednesday the 6th next week. So that's certainly on the calendar of both those clubs.
Not too many breaks for action in the Catholic League. You have to bring your A game most every time out.
That's it. So Turner awaits the Brustevich pitch. It's chopped to third. Tribal has to wait, has to fire to first, and they got him by a half step thanks to the throw from Tribal and the stretch from Conrad. Let's go to the top of the 6th.
The store is set up. He's got the order, and he's off. It's a full court press. These brands are knocking it out of the park. This, my friends, is the speed we've come to expect from this team. Just look at the precision of that move. And it's out of here.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
Back home is Nick DePonio, and it's St. Mary's trying to get the Eaglets back to East Lansing again this year. In his second stint, he's in his third year, 9th overall. And the former Oakland University Golden Grizzly, of course, owns and operates HVAC, Huron Valley Athletic Complex in Milford, and has kept this program right in gear. And Nick DePonio doing a great job in trying to get the Eaglets back on top, not just in the state, but in this Catholic League. And right now they're up by 4 and looking to add on here in the 6th, what could be the final inning.
And they've just played really clean baseball for the better part of 12, 13 innings here today. Even that last play, seemingly harmless ground ball to Tribal, but it's a high chopper. You got to make a clean, accurate throw to first, and that's just, they've been doing that throughout the day, not giving extra outs, not throwing the ball around the field. Just two very good games by St. Mary's.
Hudson Brustevich took a mean swing at that one from Hafner. I mean, that was a swing. Now, he has not recorded an out today. He has been perfect and on base every time he's been up. And he's looking to keep that streak alive. Had an RBI single his last time up.
No, he's about as locked in as you can be as a hitter.
The 2-2 full count. Oh, full count pitch. He struck him out. And Joe Conway says it is getting dark.
That's as far down the first baseline as I've ever seen anyone get on a pitch that they're not entitled to first base for. And we'll see. That pitch wasn't as far off as you think. Probably if you were to take a look, it's probably off the plate, but probably close enough right now to set him down. And you know what? He was due for one out. It's okay.
Here's Luke Crichton swing and a miss, and Jackson Hafner has come on, and he's been impressive.
Yeah, he's really shut things down. He's been a steadying presence atop the mound for Brother Rice. Kept this game at 5-0. They were able to scratch one across. So if they do have one more ups at it, they're at least in that grand slam range that you want to be to potentially tie it with one swing of a bat.
Chopper to third, charging Stanton. Great scoop, off balance throw, not in time. Had to hurry to get the speedy Crichton, Joey, but really a tough play here.
Yeah, not an easy play for Stanton. I mean, a good hard throw, you'll probably get him, but as we've seen, I mean, on any ball that's kind of touching the turf and you come up to throw it, it just hasn't been that easy today. We saw the relay in the prior inning from Crichton, and the ball kind of sailed on him as well.
So here comes Drew Tribal. a 2-run single his last time up. It went off the wall, but Crichton was being conservative at second base. So
he wanted to make sure that ball touched turf before he advanced to the next station.
The only longer single today was Broder Kacki's.
Exactly.
There goes the runner. Kacki's throw to second is a good one, but nobody's getting that kind of a jump. And so it's a stolen base for Luke Crichton, who runs extremely well.
And we see the aggressiveness. The Eaglets really taking nothing for granted today. They have a 4-run lead, not sitting on their laurels. They want to take the extra base if it's there. Good aggressive base running from Luke Crichton.
See the pop from Kacki, but there's only so much you can do.
Maybe Crichton trying to do him a solid here, so give him a better RBI opportunity. Kind of did you dirty last time here. You can get me in with a single if you need.
2 RBIs in the game for Tribal, who now moves it up. There's a shot up the middle. They're going to round third. Crichton headed home. Here comes the throw. It's cut off. Tribal has his second hit of this game and his 3rd RBI, and the Eaglets get that one right back. It's 6-1 St. Mary's.
Boy, Andrew Tribal with the hardest of line drives. Credit to Hafner for just avoiding that one and getting out of the way, but just an RBI machine. Andrew Tribal in that 3 spot. Such a dangerous top of the order for St. Mary's. Brustevich getting on all day long. Crichton moving guys over, and Tribal such a weapon in that 3-hole.
There goes Tribal. Throw to second. It's kicked into the outfield. Tribal's going to run. Tribal's going to get held up at third, but the Eaglets keep on moving, and a lot of respect for the Brother Rice offense, knowing that no lead is safe, especially in this building.
Yeah, they're taking the base when it's there. They're running. They're making Brother Rice make an extra throw, an extra play. Good awareness, pops right back up. And a chance for another run here in a 6-1 game.
Infield comes in as Derek Conrad steps to the plate.
Yeah, for a long time it looked like a potential back-to-back G for Brustevich, but now Tribal, the way he swung the bat his last couple times up, really making a run for that.
Conrad smacks one through the middle, and the Eaglets have their 7th run of the day, thanks to the senior Derek Conrad, who gets a RBI single.
Yeah, Conrad, nice day for him. Huge defensive play in the bottom of the 7th to start off that frame, stopping a hard line drive and making a play to Crichton at first, now getting in on the offensive attack with an RBI. St. Mary's early in the year didn't necessarily play a ton of games. Weather was a factor. It seemed like teams were playing a dozen games before them, and now they're really hitting their stride.
Second for one, they won't relay to first. It's a fielder's choice for Zach Essig. That'll bring up Nate Bauman with 2 outs here in the 6th.
Yeah, it seemed like at one point they were like, 6-3, and you look at another team, they've played 16, 17 games. They're kind of waiting to really break out, and now over the better part of 2 weeks, winning games by 8 runs, 10 runs, double digits a lot, and we see the offense finally break free here with the pitching of Brustevich and Crichton. We saw with Abella, team really kind of coalescing here in the mid part of the season.
Eaglets are running wild on Brother Rice. 3 stolen bases in this inning. And Hafner maybe a little late to the plate, or takes a lot of time. St. Mary's trying to expose that.
I think that's, what Riker alluded to in the earlier today. If you're getting stolen bases off of Broder Kacki, it's probably due to the pitcher not necessarily holding on the way that they should. And St. Mary's, with zero sympathy, we don't care if it's 5-run, 6-run game. There's bases to be had, and this is a rivalry, and they're treating it as such.
Eaglets with 4 players with multiple hit games, led by Tribals 3. Out on strikes here, though, is Bauman. And that ends the inning, but not before the Eaglets get a couple back and lead at 7-1.
The store is set up. He's got the order, and he's off. It's a full court press. These brands are knocking it out of the park. This, my friends, is the speed we've come to expect from this team. Just look at the precision of that move. And it's out of here.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
Oakland Knockdown Shooters. Want to shoot like a pro? Oakland Knockdown Shooters is your answer. Led by a former Division I player with over 15 years of coaching experience, they'll help middle and high school athletes build elite shooting and dribbling fundamentals. And here's the difference. They use cutting-edge NOAA basketball technology, and it tracks every single shot using real-time analytics. Improve your arc, your accuracy, and your consistency one shot at a time. And if you're serious about taking your game to the next level, elevate your game today with Oakland Knockdown Shooters. New pitcher on the mound for the Eaglets, and it is the right-hander DJ Taylor, who is about to log his 7th inning of the year. He has been a closer of games, Joey, for much part of this year. He's earned the trust of Nick DePonio, a two-sport athlete and star and two-way starter in football. He's on the mound now to try to close this game out here in the 6th.
Yeah, versatile athlete for the Eaglets. He plays the outfield. He can catch. He can come in, been a key reliever. Obviously, as you progress, if you want to make a run throughout the state tournament, you can't just have 2 or 3 arms. You probably need 5, 6, 7 arms, guys that can get key outs. Taylor's going to be a big part of that, and trusting him here in a spot, obviously with a lead, but against an offense like Brother Rice, never exactly feel entirely safe.
The book is closed on Hudson Brestevich. He goes 5 innings, gives up 4 hits and 1 run. He struck out 6 and walked 3. And he hands it over to DJ Taylor, the sophomore. And so they will face Hafner, who has come on in relief for Brother Rice. Jackson Hafner, Division I prospect, no doubt. A guy that can really stick it. 406 coming in with 21 runs driven in, 6 doubles.
Yeah, nice defensive day for Hafner. Made plays at third. Obviously a nice pitching outing here in game 2. Works his way with a walk. I'm sure the absolute opposite of the way DePonio would want this inning to start, with a free pass.
Yep. Meanwhile, the Eaglets will play Saturday at home, a doubleheader against Toledo St. John's. Will certainly be a test for them. Strike called at Stanton at the plate. And then next week we'll take on U of D again in Orchard Lake. They have a doubleheader with Rochester Adams, the #1 team in Division I, in several polls. That one is driven deep to right, and that's going to get off the wall. Bauman over to field it. Stanton rounding first, and a stand-up double for Stanton. And Brother Rice not going away quietly. It's the second hit of this game for Michael Stanton.
A couple of big insurance runs that we saw now in the top of the 7th, the RBI single, top of the 6th from Tribal. Conrad getting in on the act. You see in baseball, in big games, really leads never big enough. So smart on St. Mary's. They were taking the steals. You know, here this game looks a lot different. 5-1 with second and third, 7-1. Maybe you could breathe a little bit.
Yep. So this is a pinch hitter checking in, Carmino Koski, a highly touted sophomore who plays infield and pitches. Koski pitched earlier this week and part of the youth movement. Big swing and a miss out on strikes. Dersham with a tag, and it's the first out of the inning with a runner still at second.
Yeah, big out for DJ Taylor. You obviously want to kind of put a stop to that momentum for Brother Rice. Gets the swinging strikeout. Might be down to the last couple of at-bats. We'll see if they might have enough light for another. Like you say, somehow with the cloud coverage and the time of day, it's still relatively, the vision's decent,
I think so.
surprisingly.
It really has been. Brother Rice, back-to-back Catholic League Bishop Division champions. They knocked off Toledo St. John's last year in a game covered on the Prep, 8-1. That one is fouled away. The Eaglets had a long run of Catholic League championships prior to that. And these two teams have gone kind of back and forth with supremacy in the Catholic League for the greater part of the last couple decades.
Yeah, Riker obviously kind of similar to Tom Izzo, but knocking on the door for that second championship, very close a couple years ago with a tight loss in the championship game to Northville. One of the Brother Rice was really prolific that year. Kind of looked like the prodigious favorite, but maybe ran into some hot pitching in that championship game.
They did. The Eaglets knocked off Brother Rice in a classic 8-inning game at Jimmy John Field back in 2021.
I think that was on the Prep, if I'm not mistaken. I think I remember watching that.
It was. So since 2018, the Catholic League Championship has either gone to St. Mary's or Brother Rice. The last non-St. Mary's Brother Rice winner of the Catholic League was Warren de La Salle, who knocked off Orchard Lake St. Mary's in that classic 2018 game at Comerica Park. It saw the Eaglets up, I think, 8-0 in that game before losing to de La Salle.
Well, Byer's really been a tough out today. Just impressive at the plate. Even if he's not going to get on here, I mean, he's had this string of doubles, but nothing easy against the 7-hole hitter, Freddie Byer.
No doubt. Brother Rice won 6 straight titles from 2012 to 2018, including a championship over St. Mary's in 2016, 2014, and also in 2007. So Brother Rice has had St. Mary's number in baseball for a long time, up until 2019, 2020. Well, 2021, there was no season in 2020. 7-1 game, St. Mary's on top. There's a soft grounder to short. That'll score the run. It'll be an RBI ground out for Freddie Byer, who continues to stay hot even when he's not hitting doubles in this game.
A nice luxury for DePonio, the fact that he can have a player the caliber athlete of Brustevich at short. If he's not there, what do? You have Luke Crichton. I mean, that was about 95 from short over to first. Just two excellent athletes that you can put at such an important position.
So that'll bring up the freshman Jonathan Henry. Runner at second is Stanton. Taylor just a little bit too tall for that one.
Fairly unusual for a doubleheader at the Stevens complex not to see one over the fence. We know it's a high wall out there, but we've definitely seen our share over the years kind of reach that airport runway out there.
We sure have. We haven't seen as many planes take off either today.
Maybe just everything's been grounded a little bit.
It has. All eyes on this game. Here's the set by Taylor. The pitch, and just a bit high. 7-2 St. Mary's here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Brother Rice swept St. Mary's to start their season in a doubleheader. The Eaglets trying to return the trick today, but we both know, and everyone knows, that this all really doesn't matter until May 31st when the playoffs start. And, of course, there's a Catholic League champion and then the regular season and then a tournament, but really both these teams want that state tournament to go clean. And both are in different divisions and won't have to play each other in the playoffs.
Yeah, as the rivalry heats up here in the regular season, it's sort of interesting, like you say, that they're not necessarily going to clash heads come postseason time.
You think they root for each other in the postseason?
Do Michigan and Ohio State fans root for each other?
I guess.
I don't know.
Right?
They are your brethren out here. You make a point.
Well, it makes you look, well, maybe not even that. It might make you, if your brother Rice, you see St. Mary, well, they won the state title.
Right.
And we lost,
exactly.
we split with them.
Or maybe it brings you some good karma if you're rooting on your enemy. And
that
things
too.
Like that.
That's right. That's a good way to think about it. Jonathan Tardy on the fastball, throw to first, and Conrad with a clean catch again. The Dancing Bear makes it work at first. That ends the inning, and let's play another one. Why not? Let's go to the 7th. Eaglets by 5.
The store is set up. He's got the order, and he's off. It's a full court press. These brands are knocking it out of the park. This, my friends, is the speed we've come to expect from this team. Just look at the precision of that move. And it's out of here.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
My name is Chad Bush. He is Joey Yashinsky. And we are covering Game 2 of this doubleheader between Brother Rice and St. Mary's from the beautiful Stevens Family Complex. And the real MVPs, the real Gs are those guys, the camera guys that are outside in this thing. There's Kyle Buchanan. That's the ace of the camera staff. Run, Forrest, run. How are you, David? Good to see you out there. Both troopers. And we've got a casualty up here. A chair is down. A man is down. We hope he's okay. Here's the pitch. Inside, nearly nipped him.
Not just the conditions. I mean, obviously, it's been raining for the better part of both games, but some crazy line drives in both directions as well. So the cameramen, doing yeoman's work out here today, and they've come out unscathed.
Now, I think we should honor Fish. He's kind of well, listen, you're half out, you're half in. You've been dealing with the fine Brother Rice gentleman to your right all game. Let's give Fish some love. He's kind of outside. Yeah, Fish up here running camera one.
He's outside adjacent.
Swing and a miss, down on strikes. Hafner with another nasty one. This kid can pitch it now.
Yeah, nice option out of the pen. Nice luxury to have. Live arm. He's done a good job of kind of keeping this one manageable and allowing Brother Rice an opportunity to come back.
Cut to right, caught by Freddie Beyer. And there's 2 outs in the Eaglet 7th as dusk is upon us at Troy, an equity drive. So here's Duff, and he rockets one to left. That's a base hit. Preston Duff has been a presence at the bottom of the order today once again for St. Mary's. What a luxury item and a gadget at the bottom of the lineup.
Yeah, he's done nothing but hit throughout the day in both games. I mean, comes into today 273. It'll be interesting to see what that batting average computes to after both games. Duff been a real presence there in the 9-hole. And when you talk about kind of combining that with what Brustevich does, now you sort of have that magic potion of sort of 2 leadoff men. That's how coaches like to look at it. Leadoff guy at the bottom turns it over to the top, and really a weapon that Duff could become for the St. Mary's offense.
Missed all of the fall in his soccer season. Soccer and baseball are 1A, 1B as primary sports. Missed it with a hip injury and excited to compete in his senior year in baseball, and at least he gets that second sport. Talked to his father, Ryan, before the ball game, and he's excited. And there he goes. And Brustevich fists it the other way. Stanton up with it, throws it low, and a fine scoop at first. Oh, we have seen some fabulous first base play today, and it continues with Koski this time.
Look, everybody wanna go and talk. At the same time, gotta walk it. Better yet, run, go, hit a lick, divvy up with my homies, and we do it all again. Whenever we get it, there's no hesitation.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
Oakland knockdown shooters. Want to shoot like a pro? Oakland knockdown shooters is your answer. Led by a former Division I player with over 15 years of coaching experience, they help middle school and high school athletes build elite shooting and dribbling fundamentals. And here's the difference. They've got this cutting-edge NOAA basketball technology thing, and it tracks every single shot using real-time analytics. Improve your arc accuracy and consistency just one shot at a time. If you're serious about taking your game to the next level, elevate your game today with Oakland knockdown shooters. Chad and Joey back with you from Troy, Michigan, home of Brother Rice baseball. And we've got the final inning upon us here in the 7th. DJ Taylor back out there. By the way, Brother Rice's staff, we told you about Bob Riker and his prolific career as a head coach. Kyle Galley, Mike Steele, Tom Hennig, and Harry Wenson, his assistants. Squares to bunt, pulls it back. And for the Eaglets, Nick DePonio in his third year with Dom Carmosino, Pat Mish, Theo Piccarelli, Peter Varon, and Devin Ahart as his assistants. Jermaine Gonzalez, the athletic director for Orchard Lake St. Mary's. And Jeff Calcaterra, the AD for Brother Rice. We thank Cal for getting us in this box. They don't let everybody in this box, you know, Joey. But we got in here today, and we appreciate it.
Well, you got to be on the list. You got to be a VIP.
That's it. I haven't been that many times in my life, but I guess we'll consider that today. I didn't even have to, you know, grease the doorman. Got right in. Had to grease the doorman down in Charlotte, didn't we? Yes, we did. There's a ground ball to third. Tribal up with it smoothly. The fire is firm and on point. And Derek Conrad
Might have got stepped on.
got stepped on. Don't step on me. I got a bad wheel.
Yeah, you got stepped on enough. Let's see what happened there. Nice play by Tribal as per usual. And as a base runner, you know, you're kind of obligated to hit the outside part of that base. You know, it's not one of these leagues where we've graduated to the two-bag system. So just sort of a gentleman's agreement. The fielder will be on one end. You kind of hit that other side. But, hey, let's inflict a little damage here.
Yeah, right. Pitch misses outside and low. This is a guy who has been disruptive today and a fun guy to watch at the top of the lineup. Maxim Nishoff, a 2-year starter and just a sophomore.
Oh, really an electric player. He knows how to use his speed. He's probably going to end the year with above 30 stolen bases, which is a lot for a high school season, if not more, and makes every play in center. You can only see him getting better as his skills become more polished in the coming years.
Here you see Mike Steele, the pitching coach, highly regarded on the far right. There's a lot of good coaches in this league, but when you get assistants like Mike Steele and Pat Mish pitching and coaching your pitching, it goes a long way. Ground ball right back to DJ Taylor. He's going to show those wheels off, and that is 2 outs here in the 7th.
A little bit unorthodox, but, you know, maybe just with the conditions, anytime the ball's been hitting the grass today, it gets a little wet. And he figures if I can get the out without having to release the baseball, why not?
That's it. Walled Lake Central with a 10-6 win over Walled Lake Western today. Beale City with a 7-0 win over Everett. South Lyon knocks off Lakeland 7-2. So, Brother Rice down to their final out. And this is Broder Katke, the top hitter in this lineup. He's trying to keep things alive. Eaglets by 5 late in this game.
Yeah, credit to both teams and the umpires for getting 7 in here. Didn't look likely earlier, but they powered through.
No doubt. Ground ball wide of the bag. Another solid battle going on. Heartland with a 2-1 lead over Northville.
Couple of powerhouses there.
Heartland beat Brother Rice, swept them in a doubleheader earlier this year. So, you know that's a talented club. Pitch down and away.
Yeah, been impressed throughout the day.
We got another man down and a chair down in this booth.
Is it more dangerous to be on the field right now or up here?
Standing or sitting? I don't know. I'm standing the rest of the time. So here is Tristan Turner. Turner singled in game 1, and he's been on base today in game 2. He's on base, not here. A line shot to right.
Bauman, big
caught
play
by Bauman. Sorry, I couldn't see that one with the reflection. Ball game over. Eaglets win it 7-2. They return the favor, and they sweep Brother Rice. And their home digs. And the Eaglets stay alive in the Catholic League contention for the regular season Catholic League title. The teams will shake hands, and they'll see each other again someday, perhaps in Novi at Catholic Central for the Catholic League tournament. Joey and I will come back, wrap this thing up, and give our G of the game, an interview and a reward right after this.
If you are looking for a life-changing workout experience, look no further than Pure Barre Novi. We are proud to help you achieve your fitness goals while joining a vibrant, supportive community that is over 300 women strong. Our classes are designed to strengthen and tone your entire body, and our teachers can help provide modifications for any fitness level. Find out more right now by calling 248-596-0002, visiting our website, following us on social media, or by coming to our studio right on Grand River Avenue in Novi. We can't wait to see you and help you achieve your fitness goals.
Love, Peace, and Threads Design Bar, a unique new fashion experience in downtown Milford. Get ready to elevate your style by stepping foot in their design shop. Love, Peace, and Threads Design Bar offers specialized collections of custom apparel. They've got custom denim jackets and sweatshirts to dresses and hats, and they've got a variety of options to choose from. Whether you're looking for a one-of-a-kind piece or you want to set a new fashion trend, their store has got you covered with endless customization options. But that's not all. Their design bar is also the perfect place for a fun and creative night out. And you can do a celebration, book a party, and bring the full experience. Gather your family or friends and design your own custom jacket, complete with patches and your own personal touches, and unleash your imagination and create something truly special with their hands-on design experience. Love Peace Threads Design Bar is more than just a store. It's a place where fashion meets creativity and community. The end. Parents Changing Spaces is a locally owned, free senior living referral and placement service. They help families who have loved ones that can no longer independently care for themselves find a place to live. They work with families across Southeast Michigan to find all types of senior housing, including assisted living, memory care, and residential care homes. In addition, if your loved one is in need of some assistance but not yet ready to make a move, they can provide guidance and resources for in-care home givers, physical and occupational therapy, transportation, and much more. Parents Changing Spaces service is complimentary and of no charge to you. Give them a call today, 844-772-7368, to learn how they can help your family.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
And it's going to be a challenge for us. I mean, they're a really talented football team. I think everybody knows that.
Four wide receivers. Pressure. Steps up. Marshall wants to run again. Cuts down the middle of the field. All alone. Touchdown! Warriors! What a cut.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
Eaglets win it 7-5. We're here with our G of the game. No surprise, this guy's been really hot as of late. 3 for 4 with 3 RBIs. You didn't really get a chance to swing the bat in game number 1. A couple of intentional walks, but in game 2, you're able to get back at it. How does it feel right now when you're hitting like this and you get a chance to get up to the plate with guys on base?
I mean, it feels great. You know, obviously my approach being not trying to do too much, especially with guys on, just trying to hit line drives in the gaps. You know, that's what I did today and brought them in.
Last week, we got to talk about the game. All you did was you know, a hit for the cycle.
Yeah.
You get 3 home runs in the day, 8 RBIs. I mean, it was the kind of day you dream of, right?
Yeah.
In playing this game. What did you feel that coming on going into that game, or was it something that just kind of snapped into place?
I mean, I didn't really feel anything, just trying to put barrel to ball. And I was a triple away from the cycle. I knew, like, don't tell anyone. You know, it's not going to happen. And then it happens, and no one on my team knows yet. And so I'm just like, I'm celebrating alone pretty much. But it was great. It was a great game all around. You know, especially me, but also my teammates playing well too.
So you've got a sister, Mia, that went to St. Mary's. You've got 2 brothers, one that goes to Brother Rice currently, Adam, and then one that's already graduated from Brother Rice, Alex.
Yeah.
What was your decision to go to St. Mary's, and how much do you guys have fun with this inside your family?
I mean, it's a house divided, but obviously when my brother's here, he's rooting for me. When I'm at his basketball games, I'm rooting for him, which is weird, rooting for Rice. You know, not a fan of them, but it's, you know, I kind of have to.
So wait a minute, you're in the student section,
No.
the St. Mary's student section during a basketball game, and you got to root for your brother.
My parents don't let me. They say you sit right in between us every game, and yeah,
Okay.
that's it. But yeah.
Well, parents know best, and you've got a good set of them. What's ahead for your team? You get a sweep here today. You guys are on a 7-game win streak. You got games ahead of you. What do you want to get accomplished?
I think we have St. John's next Saturday, so just honestly keeping this going, you know, keeping the quality at bats going as well, and going in there and taking 2 more.
All right, there he is, Drew Tribal, our G of the game. Congratulations, all the best.
Thank you.
We'll talk more to come here on the Preps coverage of Long Ball Live. Joey and I will wrap it up in a moment from Troy right after this.
Look, everybody wanna go and talk it. At the same time, gotta walk it. Better yet, run, go, hit a lick, divvy up with my homies, and we do it all again. Whenever we can get it, there's no hesitation.
The store is set up. He's got the order, and he's off. It's a full court press.
brands are knocking it out of the park. This, my friends, is the speed we've come to expect from this team. Just look at the precision of that move. And it's out of here.
Lowering the shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
And it's going to be a challenge for us. I mean, they're a really talented football team. I think everybody knows that.
Four wide receivers. Pressure. Steps up. Marshall wants to run again. Cuts down the middle of the field. All alone. Touchdown! Warriors! What a cut.
Some highlights from this one, game 2. And Eaglets on the mound started Hudson Bristevich. He was pretty electric early, Joey.
Yeah, Bristevich just kind of take the offensive momentum he had in game 1, brought it to the mound in game 2. It allowed the St. Mary's offense a chance to breathe. Line drive there up the middle. Just kind of did everything well today as a team. We heard from Tribal. They're just kind of feeling collective confidence now with 7 in a row.
Eaglets got 1 in the second, but the 4th was magical for them. Aside from putting Brother Rice's offense down for 4 straight innings, they got 4 runs in the top of the 4th inning, but Bristevich kept humming, and here's how it went down offensively in that 4th. The base hit, the double play, which kept the game at a 4-run lead. Bristevich back on the bump. Brother Rice would add 1 in the 5th, another 1 in the 6th, but then 2 more in the 6th inning by St. Mary's would push this thing out of reach, Joey.
Yeah, the electricity of Nishov there on that triple. We see the speed there, but the dam finally broke. Then Preston had kind of been able to keep them off the board for the most part, but finally Bristevich with the RBI, and then Tribal here really with the offensive play of the day, the big 2-run. We'll call it a single. Could have been 2 or 3 bases. He can give Crichton the hard time for that. But we see Tribal fired up, just swinging one of the hottest sticks basically in the state of Michigan right now.
Eaglets would get multiple hits from Bristevich, Tribal, Bauman, Dersham in this game. And that was really the only thing that went wrong for the Eaglets in this one. Tribal there with the throw home, the tag out. The defense was solid for the Eaglets all day, not committing an error in game 1 or game 2. The defense let Brother Rice down a little bit today. 4 errors in game 2, almost as many hits at just 5. And this was not your typical Brother Rice performance offensively. You got to tip your cap to St. Mary's. We did see the flashes of the talent all over for Brother Rice.
No, plenty of it. I mean, Nishov made some plays in center. We had some plays at short as well. But like you say, uncharacteristic, throwing the ball around at times. We didn't see that from St. Mary's. Even the last play of the game, it was basically pitch black out there. Line drive to right. Bauman comes up with it, which I was surprised by, but just kind of shows you the precision that they had throughout 2 games. And a huge sweep for the Eaglets against amazing competition and the leaders right now in the Catholic League, but St. Mary's right on their heels.
All right. Well, it was fun. Thank you, sir. He's Joey Yashinsky. My name's Chad Bush. Pat the Stat Bush on statistics today. Evan Westfall, your captain in the catbird seat as your executive producer. Austin Soderberg on replay. Audio and graphics performed by Rob Hunter. Samuel Fisher on camera 1. David Forrest on camera 3 or 2. Kyle Buchanan on camera 4. A great performance by our crew. We thank them. Thanks to all of you for watching this broadcast. Stay tuned to theprepsports.com and theprep3 on social media. We're back at it Friday with a regatta of the year, the Laddie Cup from Orchard Lake. 13 schools a part of it. Hope you'll be a part of it as well. Thanks to Brother Rice for allowing us here to broadcast. Jeff Calcaterra. And we appreciate you all for watching. Have a great night, everybody. So long.